Good morning, and thank you for attending our Cobb County zoning hearing this May 19th, 2026. The reason for my delay is that there has been an issue at some of our polls this morning with respect to pulling voter information, which is causing delay. I did not want for that to unravel while we're sitting here attending to your business without us being mindful and responsive to the public about other business which is occurring today. So if any of you did not know first, if you did not vote this primary, please do. Hopefully the zoning hearing will give you the time to be able to do that. But second, we'll just ask that you bear with us this morning as I'm still waiting for a statement from communications to help me relay factually what is occurring. We do want people to know that elections polls are open this morning. It's just taking longer to process our voters at the polls, and we ask for everyone's patience this morning as they try to work through that. With that, we've got zoning to attend to, and I'm very pleased, before we call this meeting to order, that we have Reverend Dr. Joe Evans, the senior pastor of First Presbyterian Church of Marietta. He will be providing our invocation, and God knows we need one today. And that will be followed by the pledge. For those of you who are willing and able, please stand for both our invocation and our pledge.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we have brought into this room our worries, our anxieties. Some of us have come carrying heavy burdens. Others of us have brought our own personal agendas. We have come with prepared speeches. We have come with our own agenda. Yet we ask this day that you would grant us the humility to say, as Christ once said, "Not my will, but thine be done." Grant us peace, Almighty God. Grant us trust. Help us to believe that your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. For you are stronger than technical difficulty. You are stronger than whatever conflicts we bring. Your will be done. Grant us trust. Grant us faith. Grant us humility. Help us, Lord, to listen to each other rather than to wait for the other to stop talking so that we might continue with our monologue. Grant us humility to listen to each other. Grant us humility to listen to you. And grant us faith that we might believe again and again that you are at work in this community. You are at work through our elected officials. You are at work in this world, knitting your people together in love for each other and in love for you. Help us to live as your disciples. Help us to advance not our own agenda but yours. Help us to believe and to trust. Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reverend Evans, thank you for that powerful invocation. Very timely, very much needed, and very much appreciated. Our meeting is now called to order, and I will turn things over to our zoning manager, John Peterson, who will walk us through today's agenda.
And thank you, Madam Chair and Board. The hearing today will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When the case is called, we would ask that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. After that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. After recognizing both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. And please remember, there's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time, so please convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person here wishing to speak on the case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask questions of the applicant or opposition, and then they'll make a decision to either approve, deny, continue, or hold the case at hand. There is one case on today's printed agenda which has been withdrawn without prejudice, and this case will not be heard today. That's rezoning case Z4 of 2026, Field Time Athletics LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice. It will not be heard today. There are some cases on today's agenda which have been continued or held, and these cases will not be heard either. First case is rezoning case Z1 of 2026, Francisco J. Garcia Sanchez. This case was continued by the Planning Commission until the June 2nd, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z1 of 2026 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z12 of 2026, Dennis Tidwell. This case was continued by staff until the June 2nd, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z12 of 2026 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z13 of 2026, Presswick Companies. This case was continued by the staff until the June 2nd, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z13 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z17 of 2026, Jairo Murillo. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the July 7th, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z17 of 2026 will not be heard today. LUP 6 of 2026, Tasha Tolbert and Alicia Steele. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the July 7th, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LUP 6 of 2026 will not be heard today. SLUP 6 of 2026, Wollaston Enterprises LLC. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the June 2nd, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLUP 6 of 2026 will not be heard today. And other business item number 13 of 2026, Creative World Schools Franchising Company Incorporated. This case was continued by the staff until the June 16th, 2026 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So other business item number 13 of 2026 will not be heard today. Madam Chair and Board, I did get a request last night from the applicant for LUP 7 of 2026, Jessica R. Weaver. Is she in the audience? Is Jessica Weaver here, the applicant for LUP 7? And she did email me last night, Madam Chair and Board, and she would like to continue her case.
Okay.
There's some issues with the Health Department that are not worked out yet.
Okay, Commissioner Gamble?
I'd like to make a motion that we hold LUP 7 of 2026 for until 90 days. To continue for 90 days. That would take us to August,
Is that August 18th?
yes,
Okay.
to the August 18th hearing date.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Just a question. 90 days is amenable to, okay, to applicant, all right, thank you.
I'm not sure if it's amenable to the applicant, but they're talking about redrawing property lines. They still haven't gotten the permission from the Health Department if this would even be approved as a commercial business, so there's a lot of things to be done. So I think 90 days is more appropriate for them to achieve those.
Okay, oh, the applicant is here. Thank you, applicant. Yes, hi, may you please approach? Thank you. Yes, we're in the middle of a motion with respect to holding or continuing your case for 90 days, just checking on the date.
Yes, ma'am. That does sound what I am also inclined to ask for, request for.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank
This
you.
is unfortunately, because we're in the middle of a motion, I'm
understand.
not
Yeah.
going to
Now, does
go
the-
much into it, but thank you.
The date, did you have a prospective date or?
Yes, right now we have 90 days from today, which would be in August.
August. Is there a particular reason why it's so long?
That's a good question. That's what we're here discussing.
Yes, ma'am.
If that's not needed, then I'm looking for you to tell us how much time you do need so that when we do have this come back, it's not.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, well, I did hear back from Environmental Health last night. Nothing is actually going to be changing structurally. We are going through the process of combining the parcels. The parcels were never actually supposed to be split apart.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe we need to poll to hear. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Unfortunately, this requires probably more discussion with you and the commissioner.
Yes,
Typically, we try to get correspondence beforehand so that
I
these things
understand.
can be worked out.
Yes, ma'am.
Right now, there is a motion pending to continue this until August.
Yes, ma'am.
With what you shared, there could be consideration of the board for something else, but thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it.
Is there any way that I may be able to request just a single month?
Your commissioner is here and she hears you.
Yes,
And-
okay.
And we can
Thank you.
deliberate that.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion from commissioners? Commissioner Gamble, are you amenable to reducing it from 3 months?
I've made my motion.
Okay.
Actually, there's a motion on the floor.
Yes. Right now, we're in discussion, so the motion has been made, it's been seconded. There are opportunities for commissioners to ask any questions or discuss the matter.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? All right, we'll call the question. The motion carries 4-1 with Chairwoman Cupid in opposition. Okay.
Okay, and let me see here. I want to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your phones. When the phones ring, it does interfere with the broadcast and the presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted before or after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And Madam Chair and Board, I did get a request for 2 early head counts, so if it's okay with the board, I'm going to read these in real quick. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z10 of 2026, Racetrack, Inc.? Please stand and raise your hands if you're opposed to Racetrack. Okay, let the record show there's 28 people here opposed to rezoning case Z10. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z10 of 2026? Please stand and raise your hands if you're in support of the Racetrack. Okay, let the record show there's no one here in support. The next case I have is LUP 10 of 2026, McKeecher Memorial Methodist Church, Inc. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of the request? Please stand and raise your hands if you're in support. Okay, let the record show there's 48 people here in support of LUP 10. Can I also get a show of people here who are opposed to LUP 10? Please stand and raise your hands if you're opposed. Okay, let the record show there's no one here opposed.
I'm sorry. How many were in favor?
48. John, before you continue with the rest of the agenda, I'd like to be able to go back and address elections.
Sure.
All right, thank you. All right. Just want to let everyone know again that there have been issues reported at our polling places today. However, voting will continue with backup procedures in place. We are currently experiencing issues affecting some elections operations. Backup procedures, again, are in place, and voting has not stopped. Voters, however, may experience delays and are encouraged to remain patient while staff work to support polling locations. All eligible voters who are in line by 7 p.m. will be allowed to vote. For any assistance, please feel free to contact the elections office with any questions or concerns. And their phone number is 770-528-2581. Again, if anyone is having any issues at the polls, they can contact Elections for Assistance at 770-528-2581. Thank you, and again, please get out to vote and line up before 7 p.m. if you have not already. That concludes my statement, John.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I'm ready to read the consent agenda. Cobb County Board of Commissioners zoning hearing consent agenda for May 19th, 2026. First case on consent is rezoning case Z18, Wadi Investments LLC. Request rezoning from GC to NRC for a flooring showroom with storage in land lot 733 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Canton Road, south of Kurtz Road. The Planning Commission recommended approval to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on March 5th, 2026, with variances noted in the staff comments, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number two, property to be used for NRC uses and the applicant's flooring showroom business, with other uses to be approved by the district commissioner, with all storage being incidental to permitted uses and within the building. Number three, no warehouse and no wholesale trade as a primary use. Number four, no outdoor display or outdoor storage. Number five, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number six, fire department comments and recommendations. Number seven, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number eight, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number nine, planning division comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z18? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Moving into land use permits, LUP 11, Faust Properties LLC, request a temporary land use permit renewal for an auto broker in land lots 59 and 94 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of Shiloh Road and on the west side of I-75 east of Cherokee Street. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, auto broker office use only. Number two, no vehicles shown or exchanged on site. And number three, no title signed on site. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 11? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into the other business item on today's consent. The item is item number 24 of 2026. Which is to consider a lot size reduction from required 80,000 square feet to 47,585 square feet, and variances for Mr. Fernando Milo. The property is located on the west side of Gus Robinson Road, north of Macklin Road, in land lot 463 of the 19th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan review comments contained in the other business packet. And number two, lot size approved to 47,585 square feet with variances shown on the site plan received April 1st, 2026. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 24? Two opposed? Okay, so there's two opposed, Madam Chair and Board, so we'll pull that one off consent and put it in its regular order.
Okay, and if the applicant is willing, you can communicate with those who are in opposition. Perhaps there's a way to get this back on consent before this comes up on our regular agenda.
Okay, so we'll pull OB 24 off, so we just have two cases on consent, Z18 and LUP 11.
Okay.
Madam Chair and Board, there is one other case that we want to try to put on consent. So I'll read it into the record right now, see if there's anyone opposed to it, okay?
Sure.
All right. SLUP 3 of 2026, Joe Dirt Development, requests a special land use permit for chipping, grinding, or reduction of materials, which is organic green waste, in land lots 930 and 943 of the 16th District. The property is located on the west side of Kennestone Circle, north of Cobb Parkway. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 3? Okay, there's two people opposed, we'll just leave that one as regular order.
Okay. So, John, I have both LUP 11 and OB 24 coming off consent.
No, just OB 24.
Just OB 24.
LUP 11 staying on and Z 18 staying on.
Okay, and SLUP 11, excuse me, SLUP 3 that we just read.
It's just going to
It's
stay.
going to stay on the
normal.
regular, okay. Commissioners, do you have any other changes to consent? Okay. Not hearing any. Commissioners, I move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised, recognizing that other business item 24 has been pulled from consent.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Anyone who's here is a part of Z18 or LUP 11, those matters have been passed, and you are free to leave at this time unless you want to stay and just watch the rest of the zoning hearing, which you're more than welcome to do. But anyone here with other business item 24, just ask that you do stick around as that case will be heard. Okay.
All right, moving into the held and continued case agenda.
I see no movement. I guess nobody wants to leave. Okay. All right.
First case we're going to hear today is rezoning case Z10 of 2026, Racetrack, Inc. Request a rezoning from PSC and NRC for a convenience food store with fuel sales in land lot 583 of the 16th district. The property is located at the northwest intersection of Bells Ferry Road and Ernest Bear Parkway. Earlier, there was 28 people here opposed, and the applicant is present. All those who would like to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Kevin Moore, pleased to represent Racetrack and property owners in this application for rezoning for property located at the intersection of Barrett Parkway and Bells Ferry Road. To identify the property for you, what's on your screen now is the intersection of Barrett Parkway and Bells Ferry Road. The property that we're here to discuss today, for which this application is made, is in the dead center of this photo, of this image, which is your zoning and future land use maps, which we believe bear very heavily on your consideration of this rezoning application. The property in question is the rectangular property on the north side of Barrett Parkway at the intersection with Bells Ferry, shown in pink in zone PSC, as you can see, which is planned shopping center. The pink color represents the neighborhood activity center of which this property is in and identified in your future land use plan. So let's just talk about this intersection for just a minute. Number one, you can see the red, the GC. The red represents the community activity center that comes all the way to Bells Ferry. It leaves out this particular property, but that GC zone property is a public shopping center with multiple active, intense commercial out parcels that are adjacent to the subject property, which is the PSC in pink at the intersection. Directly across Barrett Parkway, you see the continuation of the neighborhood activity center in pink, and you also see the additional commercial categories of NRC, NS, and PSC. What is actually located there? What is actually located there is a former gas station at the intersection. The very pin corner is a former gas station that's now an automotive repair location, along with an older shopping center, which in fact has a convenience store located in it, both located exactly in the same positioning as this subject property, absent one item. You go directly across the intersection You see the GC and the NRC, which is the continuation of the Neighborhood Activity Center at this intersection. What is located there? What's located there is a CVS pharmacy with the drive-through. What's located on the NRC piece is a 66,000 square foot retail center and shopping center that's being built and under construction now. That's what's at this intersection, along with Bells Ferry Elementary School. What distinguishes this property, the subject property for this application for racetrack, is that it's the only property within the Neighborhood Activity Center that is not adjacent to residential property. It's the only one out of this intersection. And yet the other corners and the other intersections, absent the elementary school, have been rezoned and are developed for intense commercial types uses, which you would expect, especially given how close this intersection is to 575 and Chastain Meadows, and how close it is adjacent to the very intense commercial that you would expect in the community activity center where the Publix is located. Turning now to the site plan itself, at the intersection, I just want to highlight a couple of items for you. Number one, this site plan does contain the full buffering required by the ordinance for the NRC zoning category. That's buffering against the KinderCare located to the north, and buffering as well as landscape strips along the frontages of Bells Ferry and Barrett Parkway. I also want to point out and highlight for you the location of both the fuel pumps and the convenience store, which are intentional. This is not how this site plan began. But in fact, what we have done and what Racetrack has done is, in terms of the community meetings that we had, the comments that were received, we wanted to make sure that the convenience store location was to the back left corner. That way it's closer to the activity and intense commercial activity of the public shopping center on that location, with the fuel pumps at the corner. Also, I want to point out the access. You have full access on Barrett Parkway, but importantly, what's happening on Bells Ferry is a right-in, right-out only, so a limited and restricted traffic movement on Bells Ferry Road. We will also be installing a full, not only deceleration lane, but we are also installing a system improvement, which is a full right-hand turn lane from Bells Ferry onto Barrett Parkway that does not exist today, which has always been, not always, but which has been referenced as some type of future county project as well to improve the overall performance of this intersection. Why is that important? Because this intersection is congested and sees over 30,000 vehicles per day as a result of the fact that both of these roads are arterial roads within your road system and network, and provide tremendous traffic through the area, which is exactly why you would want to locate a convenience store next to existing large traffic volumes, because it's convenient. Now let's turn to some of the issues that have been brought up and highlight those for you. First is proximity to schools. As noted before, this location is across the street from Bells Ferry Elementary School. That is not unusual in Cobb County. It's not unusual in a lot of locations, but it's certainly not unusual in Cobb County. As you can see on the image that you see now before you, Racetrack is located, and it's a newer Racetrack store that's located directly across the street from Milford Elementary School. At that location, that's a newer location that was rezoned and approved and actually given other business and variance approvals to go in. Furthermore, staff has identified 66 convenience stores within 500 feet of schools. They prepared a report and stopped at 66 because you had to stop somewhere. I'm going to submit this report and listing of those schools for the record. It includes actually 6 Racetrack locations. Many of these locations received zoning and variance approvals. And in fact, it's important also that no county policy, ordinance, or regulation prohibits or discourages convenience stores with fuel cells being adjacent to or near schools. It doesn't exist in county ordinance, policy, or your comprehensive plan. But I really think it's important for you to understand and for you to know, and you perhaps already know it, that Racetrack is one of the finest corporate citizens we have in Cobb County. They're headquartered here, and they are an amazing supporter of their communities and of their local schools, and have demonstrated that time and time again. One of the other issues that has been raised, though falsely in our opinion, is that there is an environmental risk for having gas stations located near or adjacent to schools. We had an independent engineer and internal evaluation analysis done, both of which has already been submitted. I'm going to submit those again for this hearing. What did that tell us? It told us that there are fuel recovery and vapor recovery systems in place that prevent 98% of the benzene going into the air, both from fueling and from deliveries. In fact, there's only an incremental contribution to the overall air quality, and it's a small percentage compared to the existing sources. What are those existing sources? The existing sources are the 30,000 plus vehicles per day that pass this location with their exhaust. Those are the existing sources. In fact, what these reports also state is there's no state of Georgia or Cobb County rule or regulation, guidance, or policy related to distance requirements for schools. That is what professional third-party engineers, as well as internal assessments from their environmental risk department have stated and have provided. Those are actual facts backed by actual evidence and backed by actual professional evidence as it relates to the environmental risk. Traffic impact. We did a full traffic impact study and in fact have done numerous ones, and in fact did an additional one at the request of the Cobb County Planning Commission. What do those traffic impact studies show? They showed and concluded there's no material impact on the level of service at this intersection for this use. That's because over 75% of the trips that would come to this site are in fact those that are already passing by. That's how we all use convenience stores. 30,000 cars plus passing this site every day. Many of those same cars will just simply pull into the racetrack. They're not additional trips generating additional traffic like some other types of uses would be, like a CVS, like a shopping center located directly across the street would do. We are providing significant road improvements that Racetrack is paying for that will actually help improve this intersection in terms of its workability. This traffic study has been accepted by Cobb DOT in full. You can certainly ask Cobb DOT about it if you desire. Also wanted to point out, because it has been raised before, there is a KinderCare located to our north adjacent property. That's part of the public shopping center. It's an out parcel, but it is a KinderCare. This is a profile. What we wanted to show is actually how the positioning is going to be. If you look left to right, you can see the convenience store in the middle. What it shows you is behind that convenience store to the rear, we will be grading this property down and installing a very tall wall of 14 to 18 feet tall, maybe even more if needed. It will also have a fence along the top of it. But that wall will allow us to cut down on that hill so that the KinderCare, which is located almost 100 feet from that wall, and its property sits well below the hill. And in fact, what you can see by this cross-section and profile is that there's no impact. There's no visual impact whatsoever. There's no way for those that are at the racetrack to simply walk over to the KinderCare or interrupt their operations at all. It's completely separated by the elevation and by the wall that will occur. And we will also have trees as well that are being planted as part of that landscape buffer. Again, what this visually tells you is that that impact simply does not exist. Lastly, wanted to state that your Cobb County professional planning and zoning staff has recommended approval of this application because it does meet all of your comprehensive plan goals, policies, and studies, and because it is appropriate at this location. I'm here, can answer any questions, and we have representatives of Racetrack as well. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We'll now hear from opposition, and I did observe a number of people stand up and be sworn in. There are only 10 minutes allotted to opposition. Just please be mindful of the others who've signed up to speak so that they have an opportunity to address the board. We'll take our first speaker. There'll be a clock that's up there for
Thank
you to
you.
keep track of your time.
Okay. Do I need to state my name?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Each
thank you.
speaker, yes.
My name is Hannah Johnston, and I'm a local historian. I care deeply about what happens to this property, not only because of its historical significance and the marker on the site, but because of whatever will be built here will shape this community for generations. When I first learned about a proposed car wash and then a gas station, it became clear that any high-intensity commercial use on this corner will have a major impact on the families who live, work, and learn here. But a 24-hour gas station is especially inappropriate, not only because of the health risks, but because of the safety concerns that come along with placing fuel tanks in constant traffic less than 300 feet from an elementary school and even closer to a daycare. Everyone in this room wants Cobb County to remain a place where people want to move, raise their children, and invest in their future. And allowing a gas station to be built this close to a school does the opposite. In my research, I found that students exposed to benzene over time are up to 7 times more likely to develop leukemia. So I want to ask a very real question. If this passes and we have a Cobb County student or children who once attended Bells Ferry Elementary or those who played on this KinderCare play area who develop leukemia, who's going to pay for their treatment? The county, the school district, or Racetrack? This proposal introduces serious long-term health and safety risks to children who cannot advocate for themselves. And the people who can advocate, the residents who live here, work here, and love this county, are asking you to listen to them and not to a corporation whose interest is purely financial. The community has had enough of gas stations being built close to schools. I respectfully urge the Board of Commissioners to put the well-being of Cobb County's children first and deny this zoning request. I also hope that restrictions are put in place in the future so that we don't have to hear cases like this again. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Evan DeYoung. I'm a resident of the Delacour neighborhood, which is the closest residential neighborhood to this proposed site. I want to say thank you this morning for your time, and thank you to Racetrack and the applicant for their thoughtful work on this project and for being a valued member of our community. There are some concerns around some of the intensity on this site from our residents. We have sight lines through the back of our neighborhood home that will see this property and its development. We're concerned about the 24/7 operation. None of the adjacent properties are permitted to operate in 24/7 capacity, and all of the recent zoning applications that were referenced were specifically prohibited from 24/7 operation. So we'd love some further discussion from the commissioners and the applicant around the 24/7 nature of this site. Additionally, it's our understanding that the applicant intends to apply for alcohol and tobacco sales at a later date once this zoning use case is approved. Given that that is the case and that is their stated intent on the record, should there be an event of a constitutional challenge, we are curious if that has already been filed with this application and if that would be considered under morality and public safety should we proceed from this step. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman Cupid and Commissioners. My name is Paola Giovanna Montañez Duran, and I want to begin by saying something very clearly. This is not about Racetrack as a corporation. Racetrack has been a strong supporter of Cobb County schools for many years. They sponsor our programs, they donate, they show up for our students. I respect that, and I believe many in this community do so as well. I am here today speaking on behalf of my son who attends Bells Ferry Elementary and on behalf of all the children who attend and will attend Bells Ferry in the future. These children do not have a voice in zoning decisions, and they are the ones who will live with the consequences that are approved on the land surrounding their school. I also speak as someone deeply involved in the community. I am the former Bells Ferry Elementary PTA president, and I am the current J.J. Daniel PTA president. Before construction began on the new school, the school did look at moving the playground to another part of the property. They explored alternatives, but when the engineers evaluated the land, they found that the layout and the soil conditions would not support the school's long-term building needs anywhere else. The only structurally suitable future expansion was in the same area where the playground was and where it will be again. The school did not choose the location. The land dictated where it needs to be. Under Georgia Code 22323, every elementary school in the state of Georgia has to have playground time. Daily recess, students from kindergarten to 5th grade. This means our children must spend time outside breathing the air around them. They cannot avoid exposure. They cannot opt out. The law requires them to be outdoors. We have heard the argument that there are many gas stations near other elementary schools. That may be true, but we have not heard any gas stations in Cobb County or anywhere in Georgia being proposed roughly within 150 feet of an elementary school playground. Proximity matters, distance matters. The closer the source of emissions is where children are required to play. The higher the potential for exposure. The situation is not comparable to other schools where gas stations are hundreds of feet away, separated by buffers or across major roads. This is not a question of Racetrack being a responsible company. This is a question on whether the specific location is appropriate for the high-impact commercial uses. The proximity to the elementary school, a daycare, and required outdoor play creates risks that cannot be engineered away. The children of Bells Ferry deserve the same level of protection that we would expect anywhere else in the county. For these reasons, I respectfully request that you approve the rezoning as recommended by the Planning Commission, included but not limited to restriction of fuel sales, drive-thrus, liquor and alcohol sales, and cigarette and vaping sales. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Weeks. I'm a resident on Cottonwood Drive, right behind Bells Ferry Elementary. I am a registered architect in the state of Georgia. I happen to design K through 12 schools. I've designed schools for Cherokee County, private sector, and state charter schools. So if anybody has the technical experience to speak on this matter, I believe I'm the one in this room. I deal directly with the state DOE with our projects, and I've spoken with the gentleman at the DOE and the facilities department that review the assessment reports the hazard assessment reports for these properties for new schools, and I spoke with him this morning. The gentleman's name is Keelan Waldrop with the DOE, and he has said that there's a note on the report for this building, for the new Bells Ferry Elementary School, about the quick trip that's over 1,000 feet away, and there's nothing on that hazard report that states that there will be a gas station or fuel tanks within 300 feet of the building. So that building was not designed to resist the blast of a building that's a fuel cell that's 300 feet away, not to mention all the children on the playgrounds outside, drop-off pickup lines. Those children, our families, our community are at risk with the property, with a gas station this close to the property. There may be 66 other instances in the county, but it doesn't mean we need one more. Furthermore, I appreciate that the applicant has put in a berm behind the facility to protect the daycare. However, a 14-foot tall berm is going to require that every old growth tree on that property be removed. We love our trees in Cobb County. We don't want to look like LA. We want our growth. We want our old growth trees. We want keep Cobb County green. Thank you.
Just of note, there's 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock.
Thank you for your time. My name is Erin Quackenbush. I am a longtime resident of Barrett Creek subdivision and a parent of a child at Bells Ferry Elementary. I'm also on the board of the PTA at Bells Ferry Elementary. I just wanted to make one comment directly to Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen, I realize that you are supported by and publicly endorsed by Racetrack, but I would just implore that you listen to your constituents and their desires and their concerns for their children. I know that every public official needs support to be elected into their position, but that position is to look out for the well-being and the welfare of the community, the children, and the citizens, and so I just implore you to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karen Heck with the Bells Ferry Civic Association. We hope all the commissioners have visited this site to see how close this gas station will be to the Bells Ferry Elementary School. We have an overhead to show you. So you can see, there's the kindergarten up there, here's the playground at Bells Ferry Elementary School, and this is where the racetrack would be. So you can see how very close they are. And the other point I'd like to make is that other jurisdictions have limited access to gas stations next to schools. Rome just passed one. And this is also a very large gas station, 16 pumps, 12,000 gallons a day. And also keep in mind that these would involve enormous underground storage tanks that come with this. This isn't just like a drugstore or an office or retail. You've got the underground tanks that will be there for decades. So, thank you.
Sir, I saw you stand up. There's about 20 seconds on the clock if you want it.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Carl Eli. I have two positions on the racetrack. I request that the board approve the rezoning as it was sent to you with all of the stipulations presented by the Board of Zoning. Please consider those.
Sir, your time has run.
We would have had to have given the applicant that time. It's possible to give more time. We just need to give the applicant 2 more minutes to come back. It's been done before. Okay. All right. I'm sorry, sir.
What, are we doing 2 more
No,
minutes?
ma'am.
Okay,
No, ma'am.
thank you.
I don't perceive that's the desire. I don't believe there's consensus, but I can ask it, and let me just make sure I look this way, but I didn't look this
Did you
way.
ask the district commissioner first? I didn't hear. Okay. then that's-
The district commissioner prefers not to let the time exceed 10 minutes per side.
Okay.
Okay? You okay? Okay. Sorry, sir. There is not additional time.
Okay.
With that, we've heard from opposition, and we've also heard from the applicant. We'll now hear from the district commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate some of the things that were said, and I agree that Racetrack is a good corporate partner and has invested heavily into Cobb County, and we do appreciate them for that. However, we've heard this case several times, not only in Planning Commission, but also as a board here. And I do not think from last time, even though there's a lot of work that's been done, that there's been anything that has materially changed. So therefore, I'm prepared to make a motion for denial of Z-10-2026.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? I would just like to share, and it was observed by our residents, for us to take a look at this in code. There have been instances where we've considered the impact of gas stations in a residential property. There have been instances where I've seen gas stations put next to residential property. So we need to make sure we're being consistent as a board in protecting the health and safety and welfare of all of our residents. We know that each matter is heard on a case-by-case basis, and so there's certainly flexibility, but know that the overwhelming health concerns are not just unique to this area and its proximity to the school and residential area. Any gas station put in a community, I think that impact should be weighed similarly, and I just have not seen that be done consistently by this board. So I would just ask for, I know our Community Development Director is here for us to consider that in our code amendments. Yeah. So with that, there's a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay, we'll now hear our next matter. Well, matter of fact, why don't we take some time to let people clear?
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. What's the status?
May the applicant please approach? Thank you, so we can hear you on the microphone. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, so we got a consentment and agreement, and Mr. Raymond have agreed to the zoning.
Okay, Those in opposition, are you still here? Sorry. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. All right, good, appreciate. You're good, thank you, appreciate that. Doesn't always work out that way, but it
Yes,
did
ma'am.
for you today.
Thank you all.
And I'm grateful. All right.
Okay, I'll read that one back into the consent, Madam Chair and Board, and the board can vote to put it back on consent.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other business, item number 24 of 2026 is to consider a lot size reduction from required 80,000 square feet to 47,585 square feet, and variances for Fernando Milo. The property is located on the west side of Gus Robinson Road, north of Macklin Road, and land lot 463 of the 19th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to number 1, site plan review comments contained in the other business packet, and number 2, lot size approved to 47,585 square feet with variances as shown on the site plan received April 1st, 2026. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 24? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed.
All right. John, help me about us moving this to consent. Are we going to approve this item, or are we approving it going on to consent?
Let's go ahead and approve it going back onto consent,
Okay,
because it was taken off and you already voted on the consent agenda.
okay. So I'll defer to you, Commissioner Gamble.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve OB 24-2026 with the conditions as read into the record by John Peterson, and also to be included back on the consent agenda.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner, do you have additional conditions to read in? Okay. All right. We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair and Board, the next rezoning case also has a companion special land use permit with it. Would it be the board's desire to hear both cases together and then just make separate motions on each case? That's Z16 and
Slip 5?
SLUP 5.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Next two cases we're going to hear is rezoning case Z16 of 2026, Sugar Bear Properties LLC, request rezoning from NRC with stipulations to NRC for a self-service storage facility with ground floor commercial uses in land lot 776 of the 16th District. The property is located at the southeast intersection of Scuffle Grit Road and Sandy Plains Road. Together with its special land use permit, SLUP 5 of 2026, Sugar Bear Properties LLC requests a special land use permit for a self-service storage facility in land lot 776 of the 16th District. The property is located on the southeast intersection of Scuffle Grit Road and Sandy Plains Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to either rezoning case Z16 or SLUP 5? So one person? Okay, 3 people? Okay, let the record show there's 3 people here opposed to those cases. Anyone who wishes to address the board either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Does the applicant also? Ma'am, I believe you may need to be.
He's here. The applicant is here.
Okay, she's good. Okay. I thought I heard a question. We're good to proceed? Thank you. I apologize. I know
Okay.
you've been here multiple times.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Let me make sure this, did you? Can I have this? Now, let me just make sure. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lisa Morshower. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Berman, Fink, Van Horn, and I represent Mike Pinjwani and his entity Sugar Bear Properties, LLC. We also have our team members here. We've got our traffic engineer, Mark M. Campora, our architect, Kevin Whipple, and our design engineer, John Evans, if you want to talk and ask them any questions. This property was originally an agricultural designed or designated property. In 2002, it was rezoned to the NRC zoning district, and when it was rezoned, it had a condition placed on it that it could only be used as a drugstore. At that point, Ecker Drugstore opened. At some point, it changed to Rite Aid, and then about 7 or 8 years ago, it closed. That drugstore closed, and the property sat vacant for a little while. My client, Mike Pinjwani, bought it in 2020. His intent was to develop it as a convenience store with gas station. And he came before, we met with Commissioner Birrell and some of the neighborhood residents, and we decided that they were not happy with that business plan and went back to the drawing board to come up with something that was more compatible with the neighborhood. And in doing so, we determined that a storage facility would be a really good place at that location, because this is an intersection that is heavily trafficked. It's at the corner of Sandy Plains Road and Scuffle Grit Road. And there are a lot of homes being developed across the street. There's a neighborhood that's going to have about 90 homes. Behind it, there are homes. There are homes up the street and down Sandy Plains. And as you know, storage facilities are very popular now, and they're being used in large amounts. So we thought that was a good option for that property. But we also decided to put tenant space underneath on the ground level. So it's a two-story building with a basement. And the ground floor will have tenant space. It will have retail, a possible office such as an accountant or insurance agent, and maybe a couple of restaurants, hopefully a coffee shop. That's what we're hoping to get in there. So Mike is talking with various possible tenants to see who would be interested in coming in. But of course, the build out is about 1.5 years away. So we can't commit to any tenant at the moment, but those are the tenants that he is talking about. And the neighborhood members that we met with sounded very excited about that and those potential tenants. The building also had a drive-through behind it on the back side of it, and that drive-through would also stay intact if we could put a coffee shop or some other kind of business that would require a drive-through, so that drive-through window would stay intact. We've met with Commissioner Birrell at least twice about this and with neighbors, and we are happy to say that the zoning staff recommended approval of it. The planning commission recommended unanimously to approve it. And I wanted you to consider the purpose of what NRC, we're trying to rezone it to the NRC. It is NRC with the condition now. We want to remove that condition so that it is just NRC. And the purpose of the NRC district is to provide locations for convenience shopping facilities which are on properties delineated within a neighborhood activity center, which this property is. These convenient shopping facilities should have retail commercial uses that have a neighborhood-oriented market and which supply necessities that usually require frequent purchasing within a minimum of consumer travel. Areas zoned for the NRC district should be located at or near an intersection within the center of a neighborhood activity center, as opposed to the edge of the neighborhood activity center. And this property is at the intersection of a neighborhood activity center. It's perfect for this type of business. And then, of course, we're going to keep the architecture in line with the compatible commercial uses nearby. So we're asking to rezone it, to remove the condition, and in order to have the storage facility, we had to ask for a SLUP. That's one of the requirements in the NRC zoning regulations. During the process, the site plan got changed a little bit since the time we applied for it. Before we attended the Planning Commission, the site plan changed just a little to reduce the size of the building and the spaces within it. Let me show you this. This is the site plan. You can see that there are tenant spaces on the front, which fronts Sandy Plains. The storage unit facility is along the Scuffle Grit and, the Scuffle Grit side and the entrance to the storage facility is in the corner, which is kind of at the corner of the intersection. That's the floor plan for the first floor. Well, actually, that's the floor. Well, that was the basement floor. This is the first floor where the tenant space will be. As you can see, we've got it aligned for 5 spaces. The one that's at the northeast corner is the one with the drive-through. The drive-through runs around the back of the building. That's the top story. And the design would look something like this. We met with the neighbors who told us that they wanted to see something, nice and in line with the newer designs. This is what we were considering as part of the zoning stipulation letter, which I have revised and will submit to you. I hope you have it now, but I have copies of it. We will have an architectural design committee, including the district commissioner, and we will pick the colors, but this is similar to what we're talking about doing. And it looks very nice. It's in line with the shopping centers that are at the corner of Sandy Plains and Shallowford. There's two shopping centers. One was an older shopping center which was redeveloped, and one is a new shopping center where Mountain View Elementary School used to be. And this design is in line with those architectural designs for both of those shopping centers. And that's the design standard. The properties around this property on either side are both zoned NRC. They have no conditions, so this is in complete alignment with that. And there will be, the storage facility building will be about 85,877 square feet, which is roughly about 511 storage units. And the building tenant space will be about 8,462 square feet, with about 5 to 6 rental spaces. It's a perfect location for this type of, all these uses that I'm saying. The traffic study we submitted showed that there was no material impact on the level of service, and it was accepted by Cobb DOT with no changes. Traffic will not be negatively impacted. We have the adequate parking. We are not asking for any variances for parking. We're required to have 59 parking spaces based on the site plan, and that's what we have. Ingress and egress to the property is not changing. It's exactly the same as it was when the Rite Aid was there. And as I said, the zoning staff and the planning commission have recommended approval, and I have a zoning stipulation letter which includes some of the requests that the planning commission made during the meeting to add in just some prohibited uses, which we were fine with doing. I have plenty of people here to talk if you have questions, and I'll leave the remaining time for me.
Yes, thank you. There are 2 minutes that are left on the clock if there's anyone that can help speak towards this in support.
Do you have any questions for any of our team?
We would, but that would be after deliberations.
Okay.
We could, let me say, we could.
You could.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can't say we'll necessarily will, so if they can state something affirmatively, that would be helpful in case they are not called back up.
Can I save my time to rebut for them?
That is not how
Okay.
it's structured. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So I do ask that you consider the fact that this is a building that has sat vacant for many years, and with vacancy comes problems where we have had to move people off this property. There has been dumping behind it. There has been a man that set up a vending station to sell juices, which I live right near there. I'm an East Cobb resident. I personally moved him, told him he had to leave. We don't want to see this property just sit vacant. This property needs to have some vibrant activity going on it. And I think the uses that we're asking for are perfect for this property. As I said, I live nearby there. My sister lives in a neighborhood down the street. I have tons of friends in this area. They all are excited about getting new potential restaurants and other uses for this space. And it's a proper corner for this location. And the FAR, I'll just mention this, the code says that the FAR should be 0.75 or as determined appropriate by the Board of Commissioners. This FAR is just a little bit more, it's 1.15, but I spoke with Mr. Brian Johnson earlier when we were at the Planning Commission about it. He agreed that you are able to approve that without a variance. So that's in the site plan, and that is what the Planning Commission approved. So we ask that you do approve this with the stipulation letter that I submitted and the site plan that we've now submitted, and I did submit constitutional objections, which you have as well, and I'd like to put that into the record. I want to make sure the zoning code, I had a certified copy of the zoning code at the previous meeting. I hope that's in the record. So I want to make sure all of that, which I submitted previously, is in the record. But we ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from opposition. And again, just be mindful that all of you have 10 minutes in total. So just be thoughtful towards your neighbors. They also desire to speak.
My name is Brian Levitt. I live in the Cambridge Walk subdivision, which is a few hundred feet from the property under discussion. I'm the treasurer of our Homeowners Association Board of Directors, so I'm here representing the 30 homes in our community. As been pointed out, that property's been vacant for several years now, and we would welcome some form of redevelopment that would remove a vacant eyesore from the immediate area. We're very much in favor of some sort of strip mall with some local businesses. That said, we're strongly opposed to the self-storage facility. As they pointed out, this is a high-traffic area already. There are 2 new subdivisions going in, one of which is probably halfway completed, one of which just started. And our concern is that storage facility, I don't know what their operating hours will be, but they're frequently 24/7. We already suffer greatly from the noise generated by the Publix right on that corner with the trucks coming in late at night, the backup alarms. That would be significantly exacerbated by a self-storage facility. You're going to have box trucks and vans and all kinds of associated noise. Self-storage facilities are frequent sources of additional crime. There'll probably be significant light pollution involved. And based on a look that we did, there are already 4 large self-storage facilities within 1.5 miles of this location. And we don't feel that there's any value to adding another one. We'd welcome, additional restaurants and shopping and whatnot, something that would actually serve the local residents, but it's extremely unlikely that would as proposed, would offer any meaningful value to the people who live in the immediate vicinity. So we respectfully request that you deny it as is. We'd be happy to work with the developer to come up with something that would be acceptable, enlarging the shopping center footprint, but we do oppose the self-storage facility. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the next speaker. Oh, okay. I thought I saw more than one person stand up. Are there any more speakers in opposition? Okay, not seeing any. I'll turn it over to you, Commissioner. Thank you. You're welcome.
Before I call anybody up, I just kind of want to point out this area. You see the Z16 NRC on the corner, which is an old Rite Aid. Next to that is a zone for a daycare. And then you have suburban condos in the orange, they're outlined in orange there, that are age restricted 55 and older. And across the street on Ross Road, the new subdivision to the left is county. This new subdivision to the right was county, but it went in for annexation and is now the city of Marietta property. Also, at the corner of Ross Road and Sandy Plains is an old closed bank that is also city of Marietta. So this is a very confusing corner here. And behind where this proposal is for Z16, the storage facility, the NRC is a roofing company with construction, which is very small, just office space. So, and then the other subdivisions back there, Hasty Acres is county, but then you get into Branchview is city of Marietta. So it's very complex. And the gentleman that spoke, that is in Cambridge Walk, that is townhomes directly behind the public shopping center, which is also City of Marietta. And the residents are City of Marietta and Cambridge Walk as well. It's very complicated, I guess, with annexations and so forth. But there were other proposals for this site: car wash, gas station with fuel cells and convenience store, that I did not support and the community did not support. So that's why it has now come back as a storage facility, because that doesn't create a lot of traffic. It may be operating 24/7, but you're not going to have a lot of people coming in and out at the same time or 24/7. So it is less traffic than most commercial establishments that could go there. And it does have the retail below, but very small footprints. So I'm thinking that that's not going to create a lot of traffic, but it is a very busy corner. And you do have, City of Marietta and Cobb County zonings within short distance. So at the Planning Commission, there were some comments about the traffic and the egress and ingress and egress of the existing access points. So I'd like to call Wilson or Amy, or who's coming here from DOT. Thank you, Wilson.
Wilson Collins, Cobb DOT.
Can we see the existing access points? Or can you point those out and tell us what is changing, if anything?
Is the site plan, do you have that PDF of the site plan? That'd probably be a little bit better. Yes, Commissioner, based on a site plan you see here currently on Sandy Plains, there's a ride-in, ride-only access that exists. Technically, the ride-in is only on the parcel, and the ride-out would be a part of that potential future daycare that was approved last year. To the south, there's, through a shared access easement, but it's off-site, there is a full access movement that is shared, but that property is located on, I believe they said, a roofing contractor.
CP, can you move that map up a little bit so we can see that red square below? That's Scuffle Grit access. And that's the easement with the roofing or construction company behind there. And is that full access off of Scuffle Grit?
Yes, Commissioner.
Right. And that's kind of an issue for people getting in and out, leaving there?
Some people have talked in opposition, having some challenges taking a left out there, yes, Commissioner. But there was nothing flagged in a traffic study that notated any additional burden for that access.
Okay, and that's how it's been all along, but there is an easement to go through.
Yes,
the
Commissioner,
shared
there's a
driveway.
shared access easement for that parcel and the daycare as well, Commissioner.
Okay, and then when you turn in to, if you go to the back of the property, can you come all the way through and exit onto Sandy Plains like a cut through?
Yes,
Well, that
Commissioner.
was an
And
issue as
the
well.
daycare will also have access to there. I believe the intent would probably be to go through the parking lot, but there's the 3 down to 2 lanes.
But can they get back out on Sandy Plains?
Yes, Commissioner.
If they go around the back?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And there's also an easement for the daycare? That
Yes.
hasn't been built yet?
Correct,
But it has
Commissioner.
been zoned, approved? for
Yes,
zone.
Commissioner. I believe that was OB 47 of 2025.
Okay. So nothing's changing as far as the access points, left turn, right turn, right in, right out on Sandy Plains?
Not with this particular development, no, Commissioner.
Okay. And the drive-through will be located where it is now, in the back, for the retail coffee shop? I think that's what...
I believe that's what the applicant
That's
said,
what
yes,
they said.
Commissioner.
Okay. So as far as the traffic study, what was the level of service? Did that decrease or increase or? I know there was one. Have y'all been able to review that? You've had enough time to?
Yes, Commissioner, the study was fully satisfied. I do not believe there was any a change of service level.
Okay.
Amy Diaz, Cobb DOT. I'm pulling the study up for you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Amy.
All right, so for the overall level of service at Scuffle Grit at Sandy Plains, the signalized intersection, the no-build condition is a level service C in the AM and D in the PM with about 35 seconds of delay with both. It's right on the edge of C to D. So one is 34.7 and the other is 35.4, and it made enough difference to go from one level of service to the other. So we're very close to the margin. And then after the development is put in, then we have a level of service D in the morning and D in the PM, but it added about a second to both time periods. So again, it changed from C to D in the morning, but that's because it was very close to the border between C and D. So it was not a significant change as far as expected delay, even though the level of service did change a letter.
So that's compared to existing now with the vacant building, or?
No, so what we do to see the impact of a development is we do what we call a no-build, which is what's there today but grown up for any other developments that are nearby or the overall growth factor of the road. And then we compare that to that number and those volumes, add the development on top, and what is the change. That's how we kind of get an apples to apples comparison. And so it's the same, it's the build year, so it's a future year for both. I can give you the existing, it's probably very close to that. I would expect it's a C and a D again in the, because it wasn't a lot of addition.
So it's not really impacting?
No, it's operating acceptably.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything for DOT? Okay. Thank you, Wilson. Thank you, Amy. Ms. Morchower, can you come back up a minute? First of all, thank you to you and your, the applicant for meeting with me and the neighbors in close proximity and, trying to get the design and the work, everything worked out. So with I know that the Planning Commission added some prohibited uses, and they are now in your STIP letter.
Yes.
And I would also like to add no liquor store. If you do get a restaurant and want to serve alcohol, that's a separate hearing before the License Review Board that you will have to go through if it's automatically denied because of the distance, and ask for a waiver, but that's not what's before us here. So, but I do want to prohibit a liquor store.
Liquor store.
But not liquor, I'm not referring to liquor sales. Okay. And then you're agreeable to that, right?
Yes.
Or your
I am.
client?
To a liquor store, no. He does
Okay.
not want a
And
liquor store.
I know that there was some discussion about this being a cut-through, and that's why I was asking, would they actually come in below, the access on Scuffle Grit is below your property line, and it's where the construction company is. So, but there is an easement, but I'm not sure, I just don't see, we really didn't discuss that in all of our meetings with the adjacent neighbors. But there was mention of maybe a speed table.
We talked about that. We could put some kind of mild speed hump there, because we think if it's too big, it'll make too much noise as people go over it, like a truck. That would be a real, that would not be fun for the
So you
people
don't
that
want that.
live behind there. So to hear that, they'd hear that more than they'll hear anything.
I know,
So,
and that was
so-
discussed as well, but.
And also, because there hopefully will be cars going to the businesses in the parking lot, I'm hoping that that will deter anybody. I have not seen, I go down that way all the time. I have not seen anybody cut through there. So I never thought of that as an issue before until that came up the other day. And I do have Mark Acampora, who's our traffic engineer. He can talk about that. But we did not, I mean, that property's vacant right now, and I do not even think it's an issue with nothing there. There's nobody there, and they could get around it. But I think when people start using that drive-through line, hopefully for the coffee shop, and then there's cars, that will not be an issue. That's the hope.
Okay, so that could be determined in plan review.
It could.
So we'll make a note of that, to look at it in plan review. But I don't see it as an issue now, but, and I do get the issue about the noise of trucks are going over a smaller scale speed hump. Okay. So your impervious is under 70% max? Okay.
Yes.
And I'll add that as well. And so your STIP letter that we received yesterday includes the additional prohibited uses that the Planning Commission recommended. And then also I'm adding no liquor store. I think they had no vape and smoke shops.
They added no
and-
billiards or pool halls, vape and smoke shops, and gun shops. The last three, M and in number 4 in the stipulator, M, N, and O. Were the ones
And
that-
no adult entertainment? I'm adding that if they didn't.
Okay, that's fine. I don't think it's zoned for that anyway, but NRC, but we also added, I was asked to add in some other things to allow the district commissioner to approve certain things, so I added those in too.
Right. For any NRC use, other than what this is. Okay, so I guess I'm ready to make a motion. I know that the Planning Commission approved this, recommended approval 5-0. Staff recommended approval subject to final site plan, building architect to be approved by district commissioner, landscape plan So with the planning commission and staff recommendations, and then I'm adding some more. Also, approval by the district commissioner with review by the Architectural Control Committee. And Mr. Lovett, I will add you to that committee as well with the other neighbors that we have identified. I hadn't heard from you, so I'm sorry I didn't know that you were in opposition. So I'm going to make a motion, I think. Make a motion to approve Z16, subject to, to the NRC zoning code, subject to the applicant's attorney's letter dated, stip letter dated May 18th. And staff recommendations. Also, no liquor store, no adult entertainment, and maximum impervious to be 70%. The uses and final site plan to be approved by the district commissioner with review by Architectural Control Committee. And all staff comments, recommendations, and planning commission not otherwise in conflict.
I'll second. Is there any discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
And
Thank
then
you, Lisa.
I need to do SLUP 5? Yes. Just same motion, or can I just say the same? Same, okay. So now I'll make a motion to approve SLUP 5 with the same conditions, stipulations as Z16, and all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
All right, I'll second again. Is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next case we're going to hear is LUP 10 of 2026. McKeach Memorial Methodist Church Incorporated request a temporary land use permit for light automotive repair in land lots 463, 464, 499, and 500 of the 19th District. The property is located on the south side of Macklin Road, west of Hawkins Road. The applicant is present. Earlier there was 48 people here in support. Is anyone here opposed to LUP 10? None? Okay. Still no one opposed.
You can always try for consent, Adam.
Move this to the consent agenda.
No.
We can, but, I mean, there is opposition, they're just not here, so.
Okay.
And it's been kind of a little ways, so we want to hear it.
All right.
Yes.
Sounds good. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Oh, excuse me, one moment. Just hold on for a second. Are you good?
Well-
Hold on for a second. Matter of fact, we're going to do this.
Okay.
We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Let's do that, and then we'll come back and hear this. All right.
I'm sorry.
All right, thank you, everyone, and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners zoning hearing this May 19th, 2026. I'm going to turn things over to John so he can, again, get us back on track.
Okay, I believe we left off with LEP 10, and Adam was about to make his presentation.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson, Madam Chair, Board. Good morning. My name is Adam Rosen, partner with the law firm Rosen, and Riley. Pleased to be here this morning, and that it is still the morning, for the Macklin Community Church and the Matthew 2540 Car Care Ministry, this land use permit number 10. The joke about the morning is partly related to the time that we've spent at 2 planning commission meetings. In both of those meetings, you would have seen similar crowd in the room. This morning, 48 people, supporters from the church congregation and others that are supportive of this ministry and this application. Similar, or if not more, numbers at the planning commission hearings before, even those days where we were there until the afternoon. So thank you for everyone for allowing us to be such a big crowd, and I know you've heard a lot from the community, emails and letters to you throughout the process. So hopefully you've seen what this ministry means to the community. I learned about it getting involved with this application, and hopefully you were able to hear from the community about just how important the ministry is, the car care ministry that we'll talk about, to the community, and making an impact in the community's lives and giving them the opportunity to have vehicle maintenance and not choosing food or childcare or other issues over being able to keep a safe vehicle on the road. The folks that are here with us today know that so much more intimately than me, as far as their operations. And so if there are questions about the ministry beyond maybe just what I said, other than what I'll talk about in my presentation, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm going to focus for the most part more so on the zoning side of things, because that's what we're doing here today. But those that are here that did speak before the Planning Commission that can answer questions in addition to me today, one of the senior pastors, Lee Stevenson, is here, who you also heard from separately by email, and David McCoy, who's leading the charge on the car care ministry, is a former aircraft mechanic and is the one that knows the mechanical side of things. We also heard from one of our congregation members who's a longtime builder, developer in the community, Mark Harper. There's a lot of other folks that are here with different backgrounds that bring a lot of experience to the application, but those are the ones you heard from before. They're here again today and happy to answer any questions again this morning or give you more details. The Planning Commission recommended unanimously recommended approval 2 weeks ago. Prior to that, we were heard and held. One of the major changes at that time was revising the interior of the building. This has always been proposed as a multi-purpose building to serve not only the car care ministry, but also other church functions. So we made changes to the interior of the building to address some separation between those two uses. And through further discussions with a residential neighbor, we also included a stipulation to put in a privacy fence along the 2 properties that she owns. And then obviously to you now today, prior to being heard by the Planning Commission, we voluntarily held a public input meeting at the church with significant attendance, and we're able to talk for a couple hours about the ministry and about the way that we're proposing to operate here. And that was prior to the Planning Commission that brought us here today. So this is the overall property at Hopkins Road and Macklin Road. This is what the property looked like before initial clearing for the parking lot and potential building area. So this is a tax assessor aerial that was taken sometime before. This is just showing you the view of Macklin Road that is the frontage of this property, for the idea that this is one of the major thoroughfare areas of the county, and particularly on Macklin Road. And this is one of those rare opportunities where, not for the right reason, but we still have it to our advantage that we can see what the property looks like, cleared and ready for building and ready for what is currently there with the actual parking lot for this development. The church and the ministry went too far, too fast, and did not come through the land use permit process as they should have in the beginning, and that we recognize was not correct. But what we do get to see is, having gone all the way through permitting, or mostly through permitting and land disturbance permitting, we've installed landscaping as a part of that process. We've been able to see what it looks like cleared for this development, for this building. You can see the parking lot there today. And so it gives you a better perspective into the future that we're always, is a little unknown sometimes. And so we know that what it will look like if this is to be approved. The aspect of this that requires the land use permit is the car care ministry. Without the car care ministry, this proposed building, the permitting that has already been done, all of those things are able to be permitted today. And to move forward with building this building, it's the car care ministry component, the light automotive repair, to this building that requires your land use permit approval. We've proposed architecture for the exterior to be approved by the district commissioner. This is the prior interior rendering that we tried to work to make more fully multi-purpose, and recognize that it was a little impossible to have temporary separations between the two uses. We revised to make a more fixed separation between the two, which addressed fire and safety concerns and also addressed having more meaningful multi-purpose space within the building. This is what was the interior view that the Planning Commission saw when it recommended approval to you for today. We've installed significant landscaping as a part of the land disturbance permit process, and throughout these past two hearings, we've talked a lot about existing landscaping, how sufficient or insufficient is the buffer. So after Tuesday's hearing 2 weeks ago, your applicant went out to their parking lot. So again, you can see the parking lot already installed, landscaping already installed. The back corner of this view would be where the building would be situated. But we wanted you to see a true representation of what the landscaping actually already looks like. So this was the day after the hearing. This is looking towards the residential neighbor along Hopkins Road. And I'm going to go quickly because I'm losing time. This is the back of one of those homes of that owner's two properties that she and her husband own. This is looking back over our stormwater pond toward Mr. Whitman, who's just south of the church. And this is an area that we've agreed to add additional landscaping. I put up there 5 magnolias, 20 hollies, which is something that we've proposed to do just since the Planning Commission hearing 2 weeks ago. So in addition to the already pretty significant new plantings, but also you can see this is a buffer line that was somewhat called into question 2 weeks ago. You can see the sufficiency of it, I believe, from what's already existing. So hopefully that gives you a better perspective. I'll skip going through all of the conditions here. This is from the stipulation letter that the Planning Commission included as a part of their recommendation for approval. It goes through everything from days and hours of operation to the details like the fence being installed for Ms. Patterson, our adjoining owner. And it is important, though, one of these first on the screen, the days and hours of operation are limited to Thursdays and Saturdays. Largely, we'll start out with much less than that, maybe Thursday and Saturday once a month, but the maximum that we're stipulating is that it's Thursday, Saturday. So this isn't a Monday to Sunday operation. This isn't a commercial automotive repair operation. We were even passed out of the Planning Commission with the condition that we not charge for labor, which is not something that they do, that the ministry does anyway, but it was a way to just kind of make sure and have everybody be known that this isn't a business for profit. This is a ministry as far as the car care component is concerned, but it is limited to those 2 days and hours of operation. And we address some other aspects, such as how to dispose of any oil. We address the fact that we'd worked with the fire department and working through the safety concerns. This includes the stipulation for the installation of the fence and some others. So this shows where that fence would be located for her along Hopkins Road. And again, we've talked and you've heard a lot about the mission of the car care ministry. It's hugely impactful for this community. Your focus, of course, today is, can it work here at this location? We've done a lot, and we've had a lot of involvement from the county and others that have, helped work through those issues with us, and we're thankful for that. We think that that it's appropriate here based on the way that it is presented now, with a lot of protection, separation, and conditions on how this could operate, but also serve a large purpose of other activities for the church. So with that, we'd ask for your approval of the land use permit application. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Again, we've observed that there is no one here in opposition. Checking once, checking twice. Okay, not seeing any, I'll turn things over to our district commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Adam, with either you or the applicant approach, actually you, I have a question or two regarding your STIP letter.
Yes, ma'am.
For STIP number 9, it reads that the parking lot shall not be used for long-term storage of donor vehicles or vehicles under maintenance, and I would like a description of long-term, or a definition of long-term. Is that 1 week, 2 weeks, a month?
So I think the idea was that when we, as part of the ministry, their operations would include, say, a Saturday repair for someone's vehicle, but also donor vehicles being provided to them that they will give to recipients. And so we wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity to have, if we get a donor vehicle, that it could be parked in the parking lot, but that it would not be parked there as long-term storage. Let's define long-term a little bit if we can.
Sure.
Dave McCoy, I'm the CEO of Matthew 2540. Long-term is relative to our ability to get the car turned. You may know that we accept donor cars, and those cars oftentimes need maintenance. Our policy is going to be to keep those cars inside the building as we're able to do that. Any additional cars outside the building would be there short term. When we work on cars, we ask the owners of the cars to come on the Saturday or on the Thursday. So so donor cars are actually going to be the only cars that would be there any length of time, and we try to turn these cars out as quick as possible because people need these cars.
Sure. What would be a typical window or time frame that you would store the donor vehicles at the property? What I'm trying to avoid is long-term being 5 months.
Oh,
Even
no,
though
no,
I
no.
know that's
No,
not
no,
the
no.
intent.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I know that's not the intent, but I just want to, have some guardrails in place.
2 to 6 weeks.
2 to 6 weeks.
Yes, ma'am.
So then it would be reasonable to say no greater or no longer than 2 months
Yes, ma'am.
storage? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, and there was another I needed clarification on with respect to the light. Condition number 7, lighting restrictions and timers on the light facing the residential properties. Do you have any additional details or specifics on the timers for the light?
That was a part of the recommendation from the Planning Commission. I think was the first time that anything suggested a timer. If they're having parking lot security lighting or building security lighting, but subject to a timer during some time during the evening, I guess maybe defeats a little bit of the security aspect of it. But if there is a requirement for them to have a timer, that's something they would be willing to do. That was the first time that was brought up, I think, was in adding that as a part of our already included, lighting conditions subject to county ordinance, not intrusive to neighboring properties.
Right. Okay, yeah, I'm okay with that. I just wanted a little clarification.
We are going to put lighting on the building.
Right.
But it's gonna be LED lighting and it's gonna be facing downward.
Downward,
Okay, so it's not actually gonna be out.
Spilling
The
out.
closest light pole, is on the northeast corner of the lot, around there, and that is a street light, a Cobb EMC leased light. And it's
Okay.
my understanding that there can be a timer placed on that,
Okay,
so, yes, ma'am.
okay, thank you. Do you guys have any questions?
I just appreciate your mindfulness of the impact to the surrounding neighbors.
Thank you. Maximum, okay, that's it. You guys don't have anything? Storage not to exceed, let me just write this down. Exceed 2 months, okay. All right. All right. That's all I have, Adam.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all for joining us today. We've been at this for several months, so I appreciate the willingness on the applicant to meet with the community and hear their voices. I'm especially appreciative to the neighbor, the concerned neighbor who raised this issue and actually brought it before the county. Thank you to Pastor Stevenson for hosting the community meeting. I guess it was a couple of months ago at this point, to receive input from the community. Thank you for hosting. And it's that level of engagement that strengthens the public trust and improves the outcomes. I want to recognize the Car Care Ministry for its meaningful and practical services to families. Churches have long supported communities through food, through clothing, utilities, and even at times shelters. But transportation is just as essential to a family's stability. And going through this process, I learned a lot about the ministry, and their volunteer-based model helps to remove barriers that families oftentimes face when they have to make a decision, as we heard earlier, between household needs and critical vehicle repairs, such as brakes or oil changes. In recent conversations with some of the nonprofits, it was shared that transportation equates to transformation. And reliable transportation allows people to keep jobs, access education, attend medical care, and meet everyday responsibilities like picking up their children without adding additional financial penalties. These are not conveniences. These are not conveniences. These are necessities that are tied directly to economic mobility and stability. Just simply having a safe vehicle to drive to work. While this is not permitted in the current zoning district, the future land use designation of public institution supports institutional and community serving uses such as churches, which is on this property, schools, hospitals, and public safety facilities. However, in this context of this use, this proposal is consistent with the broader intent of serving the community needs, and it's less intensive as many allowed as an institutional use. Ultimately, these efforts reflect the church's role in supporting neighbors and strengthening community resilience. And for these reasons, I make a motion to approve LUP 10, subject to the following conditions. For starters, I'll go back to the planning commissioners, the planning commission comments or conditions for clarification with their condition number 2, and I'll get this to you, clerk. Additional landscape buffer to be installed as reflected in item number 6 of Adam Rosen's revised stipulation letter dated May 4th, 2026. The Planning Commission condition number 3, No payment shall be made for labor associated with automotive work performed. And condition number 4, to the Planning Commission comments, District Commissioner to improve interior and exterior of the building, including building elevations. And the following are proposed revisions to Adam Rosen's stipulated letter dated May 4th, 2026. Stipulation number 3, revised to include that power tools is restricted from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturdays. The hours of operations are 8 to 6, but power tools ought to be used at 9, from 9 to 6. Stipulation number 4, add to the end of that stipulation, the multi-purpose area shall extend the full width of the building and be clearly defined by a brick wall spanning the same width. Stipulation number 5, incorporate after the first sentence, vehicle body work, including painting of vehicles, is prohibited. Stipulation number 10, add a second sentence that reads, a maximum of 1 vehicle per designated parking space shall be parked outside overnight. And also include to that, where are my notes? Okay, that's number 9, okay. Let me go back to stipulation number 9. Add that, revise it to reflect the parking lot shall not be used for long-term storage of donor vehicles or vehicles under maintenance. Instead, it shall have a maximum of 2 months for storage for such vehicles. Stipulation number 11, update to reflect that commercial practices that oil and other chemicals shall be discarded daily. And include in that stipulation all other debris and replacement parts to be discarded in the church's dumpster. And that is the end of the stipulations for Adam Rosen, and I have several more to add. Building shall have a maximum of 6 vehicle maintenance bays. Signage shall be limited to non-illuminated directional signage located within the boundaries of the church property and shall be prohibited within the public right-of-way and at the entrance of the church. Construction hours are to be consistent with county code. No construction on Sunday or holidays. And finally, all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And that concludes my motion, Chair.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Campbell?
Commissioner Sheffield, can I have clarification because you made your motion to include the interior, to improve the interior of the building?
Right. Adam showed a plan earlier that was submitted on April 19th, but it doesn't capture what we agreed on. So I need to approve that final building interior and in the I guess the site plan or the plan for the building.
Okay, because my only concern is what if in the future they want to reconfigure the building, then they're always going to have to come back in for that approval. And I understand approving the exterior and then restricting them to the number of bays, but I'm a little concerned about us now improving interior of the building.
And part of the reason I'm doing that, there's been a lot of history with the applicant. And with the initial meeting, the whole purpose, this building was built, we were told it was built as a multi-purpose building. But when I initially met with the applicant, it was essentially a garage with no space for a multi-purpose area for the church. So as we went through the meetings, there was less and less space for what it was truly supposed to be. So by me doing this, it holds them to what we were originally told in this building being a multi-purpose building, but it turned into more of a garage. So we're trying to have guardrails in place to ensure that it will in fact serve as a multi-purpose building and not ultimately a garage.
So do we know about what the square footage that is required for the garage to do the 6 bays? Do we know what that square footage is?
Well, I don't have the exact square footage, but they had an engineer to work and submit the plan, so I'm assuming that on this plan, they have met the square footage, but the concern for me is if the space is not defined as a multi-purpose area, I'm concerned that eventually it will all be a garage.
And I hear your concerns, but what I'm wondering, just so that we don't have government overreach, if we say that, and I'm just going to pick a number, right, because I don't know, I don't see the plan, but let's just say if it's a 50,000 square foot building, 20,000 square feet is the maximum allowed for the car care ministry. That way we restrict the building, the square footage of the building to be used for that, and then that allows them to use the other portion of the building as they see fit.
Well, see, that's where I think the overreach occurs if I am going to dedicate a certain number of square footage for the car care use. While I'm very supportive of what the ministry is attempting to do through this application, the original application that was presented to the county is that it was a multi-purpose building. We come to find out later on that that was not the case. So, having gone through that process, it would be best for the community that I have guardrails in place.
No, I support the guardrails, and, you know, as I was listening to your comments, I'm mindful of the need for ministry to support our community, but also doing it in a way that's supportive of the surrounding community, because sometimes you see the impact on areas that need help in ways that don't allow the community to flourish.
Right.
So I appreciate your thoughtfulness. I do also share concerns, however, that Commissioner Gamble is sharing. It's novel for us to stipulate the design or interior, but what I've seen in the past is us stipulating for this use only, or for these uses only. Is that something that you might be willing to do to make sure that you are putting in adequate guardrails without us going inside the property to determine its look, use, design?
Well, if I stipulate for this use only, I don't think that it addresses my main concern. But if there's consternation, we can hold it for 30 days and they can bring back another plan.
No, I think we can just, I think we're far enough to be able to determine this
Okay, I'm
here.
just putting it out.
No, I don't think that that's necessary.
Okay.
But I see John maybe has a suggestion.
Yeah, and in your motion, Commissioner Sheffield, were you approving this for 12 months or 24 months?
Thank
And
you.
the time limit is the best guardrail, because they have to keep coming back for this to be
Right.
approved.
Right.
And the board can reassess it every time it comes in.
Okay. No, and I appreciate that, and it is an approval for 24 months. This is a LUP. But just also considering this use is not a permitted use, right? And that's why we're here. They're asking for permission for this. This is an LI use on an R80 parcel. I'm comfortable with moving forward and having them make those adjustments with my approval. If there's a different way, Debbie, legally that I can do that and still.
I don't, as has been said, it's unique that we are talking about interior configurations. Zoning wise, I mean, it's the use on the property. I think that Commissioner Gamble, if we are saying we have to approve the interior configuration, for example, if it's as a 50 square foot building at 50,000 square feet, 5,000 square feet?
5,000.
5,000. So if we say 3,000 is to be used for the garage, 2,000 to be used for the multi-purpose, if you're improving the interior, if they want to move a wall to build classrooms versus having a large area for meeting, then they have to come back to you. And I don't know that that's entirely what you're saying, but you definitely want to have the ability to have 2,000, or whatever that number is, 2,000 square feet for the multi-purpose as they see fit to use it, and maybe move interior walls and things like that on their own.
Right. Okay. No, I appreciate that. Or, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if this can be done, if you want to say specific use for multi-purpose to include the car care ministry.
No, I think the intent of the application is to have the car care ministry. That's the whole intent of it, so that they definitely want. It's just the multi-purpose is being added, you know, as a byproduct of the building. But I hear what you say. Thank you all for the feedback. So perhaps then I can leave the stipulation that reads that the brick wall is to run the width of the building and remove the interior to improve the interior. Because my goal is I need to have the brick wall to define the multi-purpose space.
There's a brick wall in the building?
It's a separator to separate the multi-purpose area from the car care ministry to provide additional protection to the, you know, to the church members or to the community that will utilize that space. So here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do. Let me get back to my steps.
So you are.
Let me just find it. That was in one of Adam's steps. Hold on, just give me a minute. Let me just kind of get through this. Trying to find the stipulation. Oh, I think that was the Planning Commission. Hold on. Okay, that was the Planning Commission condition. So for condition 4, clerk of the Planning Commission, I will revise that to reflect the district commissioner to approve the building elevations and strike out the interior. And I should still be able to reach my goal in ensuring that the wall runs the width of the building with the other stipulation. Okay.
Are you saying that anecdotally, or do you want that in the record, that you will
In the
monitor the
Yeah,
wall?
in the record, yeah, which I already have that step.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments on this? Are you through reading all your stipulations, Commissioner? Yes, she modified it, but I don't think we need a second. Do we need a second? She modified her conditions?
If you all consent, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Are we done?
Okay. Next case we're going to hear is SLUP 3 of 2026, Joe Dirt Development. Request a special land use permit for chipping, grinding, or reduction of materials, which is organic green waste, in land lots 930 and 943 of the 16th District. The property is located on the west side of Kennestone Circle, north of Cobb Parkway. The applicant is present. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to SLUP 3? Please raise your hands. We got 2. Okay, let the record show there's 2 people opposed. All those who would like to address the board either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Sir, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon. The last time we met,
Okay, just state your name first.
oh,
before
Scott
you-
Chatham, owner
Thank you,
of
Scott.
Joe Dirt Development and
Okay.
Chatham Landscape Services that operates out of Joe Dirt Development. Last time we met, we were sent away to come back with some resolutions to improve upon this happening to our neighbor's property. So I went, they ended up getting a lawyer, so I sent this over to their lawyer. I believe it was yesterday. Tried to contact him last week, but to let him know what we were planning to do. So do you mind if I read that to y'all?
Yes.
Okay.
Agreed, yes.
Okay.
Sir, yes, you have 10 minutes to do what you'd like.
Okay, so along the eastern property line, that's where bordering United Electric, we will perform the following. We'll remove the existing material that is falling on United Electric's property. We'll reestablish the original slope to the best of our abilities. We'll install a pile wall, which is basically taking I-beams and driving them in the ground and then putting pressure-treated wood slats in between those to hold that back as a retainage in case it ever happened again. Approximately 40 feet and 5 feet high to prevent any further erosion onto United Electric's property. We'll replace the damaged 5-foot chain link fence, which is approximately 50 linear feet. We'll plant 10 5-foot Leyland cypresses along the existing hillside to screen Joe Dirt Development from the United Electric building. We'll remove debris brought back from Chatham Landscape Services, the tenant of Joe Dirt Development operations, on a timely basis. All the debris removal is going to start this week. We're bringing out 165 cubic yards of debris. We'll be hauling off. We finally found somebody that will do it. And so we'll be taking out about 165 yards every single week for the next 3 to 4 weeks. The slope reclamation and wall will start the week of June 1st and will be completed by the week of June 29th. Access to United Electric's property will be needed, possibly, and if any damage, fully restored. There will be no machinery affecting current asphalt parking lot. Along the northern property line, Joe Development will keep 2 rows of the existing silt fence in working order. That has been put in. There's good established vegetation, so it's actually working. Joe Development will also create a 6-foot buffer area for any possible future erosion inside between the property line and our property. Joe Dirt Development will monitor on the northern property line on a monthly basis for erosion. Thank goodness for kudzu. It has grown over the hillside, and it is now completely vegetated. So,
Are there any other remarks you would like to make with respect to your application?
no, we're just trying, I want to be a good neighbor. I'm sorry it's taken so long. We've had some missteps along the way. Thought it was being handled by different people in my organization. It wasn't. And I understand the seriousness of this, and we want to get it corrected.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right, we'll now hear from opposition, and you'll have a total of 10 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Jarrett Hayes. I am the CEO of United Electric. Also, our family owns both pieces of property, 1270 and 1280, where this runoff has occurred. We also, as we bought 1280, took on the detention pond that is behind there. This runoff has added about 2 feet of sediment in the bottom of the detention pond. But I don't think it has been brought up yet, but this runoff occurred, or the big runoff occurred in 2024. It didn't occur a week or so ago or 2 months ago. It occurred in October of 2024. Let that sink in a minute. We started notifying Chatham of the need to correct this back then. It destroyed our fence, which is our security to our building, where we maintain thousands of dollars of toolage and electrical parts and etc. He didn't move until I wrote the letter. We have now brought on an attorney. His response that he just read to you came yesterday to our attorney. Not weeks ago, but yesterday to our attorney. We, for a settlement, want him to hire a registered engineer to design something that we could approve and you could approve that will prevent this from happening. It has taken threatening letters to get a neighbor to move off of dead center to make some 4-line proposal here today that I received last night, and it is simply not enough. This whole area needs a engineered design, county-approved barrier. This sediment is running into our detention pond, into the county storm water. This is not some small little thing that's happening over at Kennesaw Circle. This is a pretty big runoff. And for a landscape company to say that they're going to drive a few pressure-treated pieces of wood to prevent this, they should know better. I, as an electrical contractor, understand better what needs to be done. We did the same thing on our property, which was to build a $100,000+ retaining wall to keep this from happening from our property. So we have multiple pictures if anybody wants to take a look at it. And I think we came before the Planning Commission and shared that a few weeks ago. So entertain any questions.
Thank you. If the board has any questions, we'll call you up, or the district commissioner will call you up after you've given your 10-minute remarks. Then the district commissioner will determine whether or not he will call you up or the applicant back up. So you can continue. You have 6 minutes on the clock, or we can go ahead and begin to deliberate.
No, I think that we're good.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Okay, not seeing anyone else here in opposition, I'll turn things over to the district commissioner.
Mr. Chatham, can you come back up for a second?
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify the items you listed in the letter your attorney sent yesterday. Are those items that have been done or items you're committing?
Items that we're committing to do.
You're committing to do?
Yes.
And you made the comment that you thought that these were being taken care of from someone else. Is that the only reason?
Yeah, I used to have an employee that was meeting actually with one of Jerry's employees, and I thought everything was being taken care of and getting squared away, and it was not.
Okay, I don't have any more for the applicant if anybody else does.
I do. Sir, how long have you been working on this particular project?
What do you mean, working on this particular project?
Yes, there has been some impact to the neighboring property since 2024. What material?
I'll have to go back and look and see when that employee of mine met with one of Jerry's guys out there, and we started moving some dirt and getting it squared away, and I thought it was, I mean, quite frankly, I thought it was handled, and then when I went around there and took a look, so it could have been a year and a half ago.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you're not aware of any particular event other than that may have
No,
contributed to?
and I mean, again, this was an event that occurred when he's talking about washing. It never happened beforehand since we built the property in 2008.
Okay.
And then it was basically where some dirt was placed that should not have been placed there. And then it held, and then all of a sudden it washed down onto their property.
Okay.
And everything like that. So, I mean, it's not like we're trying to dump it over onto their property, but my guy did dump it. I mean, did push a pile, and it went on to his fence and destroyed it, and it leaked onto their property and everything.
Okay.
So, yes.
Thank you.
So you said that this, I'm going to call it a berm. So this berm was actually created in 2008. So in the picture,
2008 was what?
so you made the comment that you were stacking dirt along this area in
Yes.
2008, correct?
Yes.
Was it to create a berm? And the reason why I'm asking is just looking at this picture, it looks like there is some berming going on, or we've
No, I mean.
dug into a hill to make it flat. So this area that is in this photo, or maybe John, this is a better question for you to answer. Was that created to help create essentially protection from one use to the other back when it was originally zoned?
To act as retaining wall.
Well, a retaining wall or a buffer?
Well, and all this was zoned and developed together, Commissioner Gambrell. And this business park's been under development, or started development in the mid-1980s, and the lots have sold off over time. And I believe this lot, 1270 and 1280, were probably the last three lots to be developed within the park, because they're in the very center. And the applicant's property, 1284, is actually kind of on top of a hill. So the applicant's property is down, I would say, 15 feet maybe from where the applicant's property is. And the property to the west is also downhill, probably 15 or 20 feet.
And of course, back in the 1980s, we did not have stormwater. Yeah, we did not have stormwater. So essentially, kind of, John, what I'm hearing from you is 1284 was essentially carved into the top of the high peak of this development to create a flat space for them to do their business. And it looks like the land that's still there has been used for buffering, screening. Is the applicant allowed to, so I know they're asking to do grinding. Was it permitted for them to store ground material in the back?
When this was permitted in, I think, 2005 or 2008, it was permitted for a landscaping company. It never showed a reduction of materials or a pile of dirt.
So when the business license was essentially granted to do business here, that wasn't something that was verified?
It was, his license was permitted for him to be a landscape company.
Yeah, it doesn't, I was thinking something similar. I'm sorry, I don't know if you still need the gentleman up here, but I was thinking something similar. We've had zonings for landscaping companies, but our thought isn't that they are utilizing the dirt in their property to take it for landscaping and changing, hydrology, that impacts surrounding neighbors. We think staging of equipment, we think employees coming in and out.
Plants.
Yeah, Yeah, plants, yes, some of the things they use for staging to be
No,
there,
dirt
to
and
be,
mulch.
things being moved in and out. Yes, we might see piles of dirt and mulch brought in. But I don't presume that it's gonna be the dirt from the ground that's the pile of dirt. I presume that that's being brought in to be taken to other sites, so this is,
Well, and what the applicant's doing is, they're a landscape company, so they're bringing back their grass clippings, their shrub trimmings, their tree trimmings, and they're mulching it in the very center of the property. They would
right
see that
there
big
in the
pile of dirt.
property.
So they're mulching it, and I think they actually use it in their business to take the sites.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Not saying that can't be done, I've just never, it's new for me today's a day of novel.
It is a little
zoning
different,
cases.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think you can return to your seat. Andrew, can you come up for a second?
It's Eli, but it's changing hydrology. Sorry, we're talking and whispering amongst ourselves, and we should probably just do it out loud since we're deliberating this. But, I mean, we know this is a light industrial area, and we know that the type of work a landscaping company is fitting for a light industrial area. But this work is also changing the hydrology of the character of the area for everyone else in ways that I don't think we would consider on its face for a landscaping application.
And I called Andrew up. We've had some conversations about some of the drainage issues on the property, so I wanted him to kind of walk through what they're seeing now and what could possibly be done to remediate.
Oh, hello, can you hear me? Oh, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management. Did you want me just to?
Yeah,
give
just
the presentation?
explain
Okay.
what we had been talking about with the changes to the detention.
Sure, no problem. At the Planning Commission hearing just a few days ago, when the opposition members spoke, that's when this kind of first idea really came to our mind that this material was falling down the slope, and that's when Planning Commissioner Micheletto made some recommendations about how to maybe address that and things like that. In thinking about that, one of her recommendations was that the applicant maybe develop a plan for, hey, how are we going to address this? And so in doing that, we went back to the office myself and we kind of sharpened our pencils. Site inspections did as well. We talked back and forth about it. And come to find out, as John said, this site has been through the permitting process a few times from a long time ago when the overall subdivision was put together to as late as 2008. However, in 2008, and this plan that is on the overhead that you can see there is the actual approved plan for Chatham Landscape Services that was approved in 2008. And at the time, just for a little orientation, the opposition members' properties are kind of along this upper side, the northern side. That's where the two properties, and although there's some little details shown on this plan, the actual detention pond on the neighboring property is kind of up here to this top left. But part of what this plan entails was there was going to be a water quality pond constructed there. And to my knowledge, that was done. I did a little bit of research on it, and thankfully the county has some mapping. I'll just lay this here where we can maybe see these two together. This is a little snip from the county GIS, and I don't know if you can see this number, it says 2009. So this image was taken in 2009, and you can sort of see, well, actually, let me go back to this plan. This is the water quality pond, and there where I'm pointing is sort of the outlet control structure, and there was a pipe proposed to go and tie to the existing pipe that would drain down to the detention pond that was below. And in the 2009, you can pretty clearly see a little white dot there where that structure is. You can see in the approved plan, there's a head wall there where this pipe is entering the pond. And in this plan, you can see barely, it's a little bit dirty, but you can sort of see where that is here. So apparently that leads me to believe that the pond was constructed as part of that plan in the 2008-2009 timeframe. And then as a little bit of an update, just to show you, this is I don't know if you can see this number here, 2025. That's the most current photograph that I have available. And in this photograph, this area here where the pond is not really visible anymore. We had an environmental inspector go out from the office. They couldn't really see that really anything is left of the pond there now. Now the pond structures may be there in place, and that might account for why the downstream neighbor is actually seeing some material somehow getting into their pond. It might actually be draining through that storm system if that's that way. This just became available to us, and we kind of discovered this after the Planning Commission last time, so I just wanted to share that with you and make sure that you were aware of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Any other questions? So in light of the adjustments or the letter of remedies that the applicant has brought up through his attorney, I'd like a little bit more time to look at those and to talk with internal departments. So, John, I'd like to move to continue this for 1 month, to just hold it for 1 month, just to go through the new details that we have. Okay, so I'll make a motion to hold SLUP 3 until the June 16th meeting.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Oh, call the question. Okay. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners. Sir, if you can direct your question to this gentleman here. Thank you. Matter of fact, you want to? We'll go ahead and we'll take a 2-minute recess. Welcome back to our zoning hearing this May 19th, 2026. I believe we are now at the other business item portion of our zoning hearing. And John, I'll lean on you to help bring up our next matter.
All right. First case we're going to hear is other business item number 20 of 2025, which is to consider installing a gate and making the Paddock subdivision a private road for JW Collection LLC. The property is located on the south end of Gelding Court in land lot 626 and 671 of the 16th district. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 20? So we got 3. Okay, let the record show there's 3 people opposed. All those who would like to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Hi, good afternoon. I think we're afternoon. My name is Michelle Horstemeyer with JW Collection, and we are at 2355 Log Cabin Drive here in Cobb County. Sure. Wow, fancy. Okay, so this is showing our proposed neighborhood. The neighborhood has been approved. We do have an LDP and are in active clearing and development activities. This was a single property with one home pointed here, and it was a gated estate. So we would like to build now, we're going to build 13 homes, R20, and we want to move that single gate back to here to allow for the call box, turn, thank you, a call box for guests, and then the access. So we would have the 2 gates, an ingress and egress pushed back there with medians. And then that would, of course, turn the roads private, and we in the HOA documents are prepared for that.
Okay, is that conclusion?
I think so.
Okay.
Until you have questions.
Thank you. Don't go too far in case we call you back up. We will now hear from those in opposition. I know there were a number of you. Be mindful that you will have 10 minutes to address the board, and just be thoughtful of each other so others have the opportunity to speak. Just making sure that you were sworn in?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, good morning. My name is Gilberto Miralla Flores. I am a resident of the Vermilion subdivision that is a neighbor to this parcel. I'm here representing 11 families that are a part of this neighborhood, myself included. We, the residents of Alston Drive, submit that the petition regarding the proposed development of the property. We do not oppose the 12-home residential density. However, we strongly oppose the installation of a gate. We request that the board mandate an open access public street extension to ensure community safety and planning consistency. We have 4 arguments against this gate, the first of which is alignment with Cobb Forward and 2040 comprehensive plan. The recently updated Cobb Forward transportation plan and the Cobb 2040 5-year update prioritizes neighborhood connectivity to reduce traffic congestion on arterial roads. By gating this 12-home enclave, the developer is creating an isolated pod that violates the county's goal of an interconnected, walkable street network. Approving a microgate sets a regressive planning precedence that fragments the Marietta area into a walled-off section, complicating county services such as mail delivery and waste management. In addition, it's an equitable burden on infrastructure. The developer intends to utilize Alston Drive, a public county-maintained road, for the heavy construction phase of this project, which is currently underway. It's an undue burden to ask the current taxpayers of the Vermilion neighborhood to host 100% of the construction traffic, road wear, and noise, only to be permanently barred from the resulting street extension. If the residents of Alston Drive provide the bridge for this development to exist, that bridge must remain a two-way street for our community. In addition, fiscal sustainability and stormwater management. The 2040 5-year plan successfully addresses the need for resilient stormwater and road infrastructure. A small HOA of only 12 homes lacks the economy of scale to fund long-term private road repaving or complex stormwater repairs. To prevent the eventual infrastructure failure where small HOAs petition the county to bail out private roads, we urge the board to keep this extension public and ungated. And finally, safety, security, and emergency response. As noted in the Cobb County safety standards, every second counts. Gates, even those with siren-activated sensors, and mechanical failure points. In a medical or fire emergency, a malfunctioning gate on a small cul-de-sac creates an unnecessary life safety risk. Gated entries on short street extensions often cause vehicle stacking, delivery trucks, visitors, etc., forcing idling vehicles to block Alston Drive while waiting for gate clearance. So we respectfully request that the Board of Commissioners approve this development only on the condition that it remains non-gated public extension of Gilding Court Northeast. This ensures that new residents are integrated into the safety and social fabric of the existing Vermilion community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't normally do this. My name is Richard Etzkovitz. I have lived at the Vermilion subdivision for over 30 years. I'm probably one of the original purchasers within the subdivisions. Nice little subdivision, lots of kids, old people, young people, all different types, all across all different classes. The problem I see here is they want a gated access, make it a private road. They want to do that, that's fine, because they only have one entrance. But if you look down, if you bring no, the other way. All right. The subdivision itself only has one access point from Post Oak Tritt. Therefore, if they're saying they need a gated entrance because they only have one entrance, well, we have a gated entrance too. We only have one entrance. Why can't we be a private road? I mean, it makes it, look, originally, both plots were part of the farm. And when eminent domain was a thing, before it was made illegal, the city came in, took the land for the Vermilion subdivision, and the farm was left on its own. Now, I'm not too crazy about 12 homes. I think 8 was more like it, because if I'm paying $1 million for a home, I think I'd want more than a quarter or half an acre of land. But be that as it may, there is another entrance to that subdivision that isn't on the plan. If you look at Marnay Drive, which I believe is that road to the left that curves out, there was a house, thank you, right, yeah, it'll be right in the middle. There was a house there at one time that was part of the farm, and there were 2 driveways, one lower, one upper. And about 5 years ago, they demolished the house, they took it down, they ground it up. It's probably in someone's roof or attic as part of the chipboard plywood setup. Oops, I'm sorry. But the plot, the land off Marnay, the house actually was part of the farm. And there's a driveway on the south end, or this end, of that vacant property. And the driveway goes up and then basically ends. And it shares the road with just one other house. And if there was an easement created, that would come into the new subdivision. And they could put all the gates there they want. It only affects one other person. And they could make it so all these trucks that we've had to avoid and dodge and so on would be eliminated from our nice little subdivision. So what I'm suggesting is that JW get an easement from that property that goes onto the property. It's only a matter of maybe 20 or 30 feet. And they'd probably lose a plot, but that's about it. And they could have all the gates they want. There are two things that would have to happen in addition. One, they would put a guardrail up where the opening is currently so that people could walk in. They could walk and visit and so on, but you couldn't drive in. And then on the edge of the road that enters this new plot, there's an area probably about 8 feet wide and maybe 30 or 40 yards long. And that actually belongs still to the farm. And it's bordered by a fence that are on Eric Yee's property, or border Eric Yee's property. If they were to sell that property, which currently holds about 50 dead rose bushes, to the Yees for, let's say, $1, this all goes away, this problem. We can walk in, we can't drive in. They can't drive through our subdivision and screw up our roads. Just trying to get out of the subdivision, I had to back up and let trucks in. So that alleviates the problem, and everyone is happy. And right now, you're saying, oh, please come through our roads. Oh, we've got kids, and we've got bicycles and so on. It's a nice little neighborhood. We'd like to keep it that way. If you want to make it a private road, make it a private road off of Marnay Drive. Just get the easement. Improve the area. And that's a property that if JW wanted, they could probably buy it and put up a couple more 1,000 homes. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, seeing that there's no one else in opposition, I'll ask you, John, what staff's recommendation is.
Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend the board approve the request, subject to Cobb DOT comments contained in the other business packet. Number 2, Fire Department comments contained in the other business packet. Number 3, Stormwater Management comments contained in the other business packet. Number 4, Site Plan Review comments contained in the other business packet. Number 5, Site Plan received March 16th, 2026. And number 6, County Chair approved the agreement with the developer regarding the Cobb County Detail 424 after review by the county attorney.
All right, thank you, John. Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. Just for some clarification before I get into calling folks up. The house that's on here now, they're not in for zoning because they're developing R20, what it already is, with 1 acre per lot, 1 lot per acre. Is this just for the?
It's just for the gate only.
It's just for the gate and the access?
That's
Okay.
correct.
So where's their access now if it isn't coming off of Gelding Court?
The current property, when it was a horse farm, is off Gelding.
It's off what?
It's off Gelding Court.
Right, and that's where they want to extend it to put a gate.
That's correct.
So they already are going through the RA4 subdivision to get to the one house or barn.
That's correct.
But it's not part of that subdivision. It's a standalone R20 lot on its own.
That's right.
Do they have an easement now on Gelding Court, or are they just
No,
always,
Gelding Court's a public road.
okay. And they just have a drive once they get inside
That's correct.
their boundary? Okay. So the gentleman that just spoke is talking about Marneal Drive way up over here for access? Because I don't know, maybe I better call DOT up. This is the first I'm hearing of it, and I don't know if the applicant has considered that or not, but can you kind of tell us if that's even doable?
Wilson Collins, Cobb County Department of Transportation.
I mean, he'd have to go through these other lots that he'd unknown, which is,
Technically, if there was an easement granted to go through multiple properties, they could set a private road going through the private properties. That would be their right as the landowners. But I don't believe any mechanism like that is currently in place.
okay, but no one has, until today, we haven't heard about this alternative road?
Not to my knowledge, Commissioner.
Okay. Well, before we go any further, I'd like to hold this and have the applicant and the opposition meet with me and DOT or whoever we need to discuss to see what's feasible.
Wilson, just for my clarification, whether there's a gate there or not, private road or not, that traffic pattern is going to go through that subdivision. There's no other alternative or, right now, planned entrance into that subdivision. So we're not talking about the traffic pattern. We're simply talking about whether or not it becomes a private road and has a gate. I just want, okay.
That's correct, Commissioner. Just the gate, and I would imagine that they would still put a gate on the other road. It'd still be a private road.
Right. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing, because there's no other ingress, regress except for that road.
But there is a gate there now, but that's where Gelding Court ends, correct? Oh, he can't speak.
I'm not
Until I
familiar with
call
the
him
gate.
up. Okay.
There may currently be a gate. I'm not aware.
Well, I think the applicant said there was to move it up for this 13 homes. Okay, does anybody else have anything for Wilson? Can I have the applicant come back? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It could be, no, it's okay. It could be for DOT or the applicant. Is looking at the plans, just curious to know how close the gate is to the last home on Gelding Court. There are some questions about queuing. Okay.
The gate's at the end of Gelding Court now, where it goes into that property, and they're asking to move it up to here and a private road.
Commissioner, I could say based on the plan, there's more than 50 feet from the right-of-way to the gate, and there is a spot for vehicles to turn around based on a prepared plan that was submitted for this review.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
But that would be the only access. So they'd have to come in the gate and go out the gate and through the other neighborhood to get out, too. To come
As
in
is
and get
proposed,
out.
yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Can I call the applicant?
Of course.
Unless y'all have any other. That's all I had, Wilson, but thank you.
Thank you.
So, have you considered another access point or was that discussed?
We did, our broker did reach out to the parcel that does have a tiny piece that touches Marseille, and he had just purchased that property and was not interested in selling it.
Okay, and there's no easement there now?
Not that we're aware
Okay.
of,
And
not
he-
that's on any plat. So.
Did you consider public roads or not, just
It is
private and-
currently platted, we are not platted, but we have a current LDP, and they would be public roads the way it's currently approved. And, you know, just feedback that we've been getting from prospects that we've been talking to have asked, you know, are you planning to gate it? And so we got enough of those questions, so we thought we'd come and talk to you all about the possibility of gating it. So we would like to do that for the prospects if we can. There was a question about the Yees property, who are adjacent to us. We have been working with them. They have some trees they'd like for us to remove for them. We've gotten with Brad, the arborist, so that's all been taken care of. We will replace the dead rose bushes for them at their request, which I guess the previous owner had planted.
And where are they?
They are on Gelding Court, the home that is on the corner of Gelding Court, on the right side, the way this is orientated.
Okay.
Yeah, right along the side, or along that right-of-way there. We do have a stormwater pond that is our pond, that would belong to this property, and that will be private regardless of if the roads are private or not. And then this is a separate neighborhood with a separate HOA and will have its own HOA docs and its own HOA.
Okay. This is unusual, but there are places in my district that have to go through a subdivision to get to their home, and I'm sure everybody has that somewhere. But I'm just trying to think if I don't recall them being gated. But it is gated now, but
Correct.
at the property line. And then you just have a drive to go to the house there?
May I ask a question? Just curious about the gate. Can you describe it? Is it one that kind of folds and shut? Is it electronic? Like how?
The
how is it?
current gate swings
open? Okay.
swings open and closes. It's no longer operational from an automatic, but it was an automatic gate. We left it in place just to help with keeping the kids out of construction and that sort of thing in harm's way. But the new gates would be pushed well back into the subdivision to allow for that turning, allow for the stacking. So that's why it would be pushed, the new gates, quite a ways in.
Okay, thank you.
And go ahead.
My only concern is by pushing this gate back in, it's going to impact access to Lot 1, especially since Lot 1 also has the kiosk on there. I then question where the driveway will be, and then it will also potentially impact Lot 13. So essentially in Lot 1, you're either going to have to turn right before the gate to get into the lot, or you're going to have to go through the gate and then turn, and then they're going to have to make an awkward turn to get out and go around. Lot 13, depending on where, again, you put the access, those two lots, I don't know if you could technically say would be part of the private road community. I understand, but they're not going to get the benefit of the gate because of its location. But I still have concerns as far as how those lots are going to be accessed and meet code.
That kind of brings me to my follow-up question. Is there consideration for the gates to move horizontally? versus swinging in, but they can just kind of fold into the side?
So the gates that are designed, so they're designed so that we worked with the engineers to make sure that lots 1 and 13 would have access behind the gates. There is a physical island that would have a curb and have the openers, and then beyond that, there's a slightly shaded area that would be striped, but 13 and 1 could drive over that to access their lots. If the gate slid open and closed, that would impact lots 1 and 13 more because it would slide into their
yard, okay.
into their yards and across the sidewalks. We are planning on
Gotcha,
sidewalks on
okay.
both sides of the street. So this way they'll open with traffic going in and then coming out.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
But this is a straight R20, which it's already zoned. There's no variances, and they're asking just to have private roads and a gate.
Yes.
And you have looked at other alternatives, what the gentleman was speaking about as far as, but there's no,
No, we
they
did.
won't allow it. They
Yeah,
won't
I
sell
mean,
their property.
yeah, he would have to sell us the
Yeah.
property.
And staff's recommending approval, and the roads will be up to county standards, but private. And this will be a separate HOA
Yes, ma'am.
with covenants and
Yes.
all? Okay. Well, does anybody have any other comments or suggestions?
I have a comment as to whether or not there's consideration for reserve account for sidewalk or street repair, road repair.
For sidewalks?
I'm sorry, for road repairs.
Well, that would be up to the HOA to
Okay, but
have
sometimes
to
we-
maintain.
Right, but sometimes, you know, we can add that as a condition because we'll find like later on, you know, the roads are in disrepair and, you know, the funding may not be readily available to get it done, but it's just something for your consideration.
Which gets to maybe an elephant in the room. These are higher-end homes. These are
Yes, we
high-end.
expect them to start
Because
at around 2
typically,
million.
I'm not a fan of private roads unless there's a certain volume of units to be able to raise the funds to cover some of these costs. But I remember in a prior zoning hearing, I had asked the question, and it was shared, because of the high-end nature of the homes, my issue was less likely to be an issue. And I'm thinking that's what the issue is here.
Yes, I would expect so.
Yeah. And it's probably driving those that are reaching out to you to have some expectation of privacy because of how much they are paying and other
Correct.
things attributed with that. And just contrasting those that are there. So I hear your point, Commissioner. I don't know how much of the issue is. We typically don't get into costs because we don't allow costs to drive our zoning decisions, but certainly somebody's ability to pay for a home like that is probably likely to lend to them being able to pay collectively for the cost of
Yes,
repair of
the
infrastructure.
requests that we've gotten are, can we gate our individual homes? And so we kind of collect, after getting a few of those requests, or, you know, is that going to be allowed? We said, well, let's just see about gating the entire neighborhood, and then that eliminates that
Yes.
additional need for gates at each driveway.
This is not necessarily directed to you, this is just comments among the board. So having this whole new community now sectioned off from an existing community is causing some rifts. But I think the argument that we need to have a connected community for transportation efficiency is less of a concern here because this is a cul-de-sac, it's a dead end. So having access to this neighborhood does not contribute to that. And then there was a concern about making it equitable for them to be able to pay for infrastructure. It's likely, and also I'm presuming there will be full and clear notice. And in fact, the people that are desiring to live in these homes are letting you know of their interest for this and perhaps their aptitude to pay for it, even if they had to do it for their own individual home. See, connectivity, walkable.
And
I'm sorry, go ahead. There's a comment made about them burdening our streets if they come through our streets. These are public streets where we have a public obligation to pay for it. It's not just that subdivision that's responsible for it. And that's the case for anybody contributing to any roadway here in the county. If it's a public road, even though you might have some ownership, you might feel a sense of ownership because you are proximate to it and utilize it probably more than others. What you don't have is the direct responsibility for paying it. So I didn't see a lot of strength in that argument. What I feel is that there's just a clash. Yep. There's just simply an end. As we shared here, there are many communities in Cobb County that have subdivisions built through other subdivisions. This one might have a gate in it, and that's just what I'm sensing.
And you can't have any construction equipment parked. I know they're gonna have to come through the other subdivision to get to this property. And all the equipment and construction has to remain on site.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we will, I'm the only one who's been guilty of parking on Gelding Court because I drive a smaller car, but all the trucks we have a parking pad off-site, onto our site, so all the construction traffic, all the workers are off Gelding Court.
Okay. Well, I can put that in my steps too. And then, well, you're straight R20, so that's. And the gate is gonna be moved up far enough so that if everybody came home at once, 13 cars, I mean, that's probably never gonna happen, but if they're all coming to a party or something, the stacking wouldn't be out to the other subdivision, hopefully.
I mean, it meets all the requirements. I mean, if 13 cars pulled up at the exact same time, there probably would be a slight wait. But once the gates are open, they will stay open for cars to come through because they have sensors, so they wouldn't close between each car if something like that ever happened. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but normally in a gated community, you have to have a pass or a code.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah, so they'll all have fobs, so when they come home, so as they're approaching, they'll hit the fob, the gates will open, they will have to slow down and then go through the gate. A guest, FedEx, Amazon, pizza delivery will have to stop at the call box and call the resident. They will buzz them through and the gates will open automatically for them. Life safety, fire department, police department, all those will have a Knox box for all of those people. And then as far as if there's ever a power outage, the gates are designed to swing open, so they would never be stuck closed in a power outage.
Okay.
Do you have any more questions?
I don't.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So, I'm going to make a motion to approve, subject to, staff comments and recommendation. No parking of construction vehicles or equipment on Gelding Court or any streets in the adjacent subdivision, all to be parked or on site. Mandatory HOA, which I think you already have that listed. There wasn't a stickler, was there, John? And, final approval to come back to district commissioner. Final site plan and well, with it being straight R20, we're really only discussing the gate and the road, private road, but when they go through plan review, they'll determine any landscape or buffer or whatever.
They've already been through plan review, Commissioner Burrow. They're currently in the land
They
use
have
service
an
permit.
LDP.
Yeah, they do have an LDP.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's all been taken care of. And that would be my motion, unless y'all have anything to add that I'm missing.
Second.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions? We'll call the question. The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Gamble in opposition. Commissioners, I do want to note that that one other business item took 35 minutes, and we have 3 more. Well, all of us might have desire to plow through lunch. I'm not going to make it through lunch if each one takes 30 minutes. Yours is, you want to hear, okay, we'll hear the next one, yes. And then we'll have some consideration for a break.
Okay. Next case on the agenda is other business item number 25 of 2026, which is to consider making Lowell Drive Townhome subdivision a private road and to allow stream buffer averaging for Hampton 193 LLC. The property is located at the east end of Lowell Drive in land lot 64 of the 17th district. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 25? Please stand there and raise your hand. Okay, let the record show there's 11 people here opposed to other business item number 25. All those who want to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon. Brian Ponder. I'm the developer, not the owner of the land, but the developer who created the plan. As you would see, we have a small enclave of townhomes at the end of Lowell Drive, which is off of Cunningham Road, which is a cut through off of Powder Springs. Currently on the project is one house at the end of the cul-de-sac. You can see the cul-de-sac. Here. We are currently looking to extend the road with a T-shaped with 22 townhomes. And what we're asking for is the road at the property line to become a private road. No gate access as the previous client, but it would be a private access.
Okay.
And the project does currently meet all zoning regulations under the current zoning.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, very good. We will then now hear from opposition. And there are a number of people that stood up to speak. Oh, I'm sorry, were there more people to speak in support?
Just real quick,
Okay, come on. You don't have to be real quick. He's got like 8, he had about 8 minutes. Okay, we'll reset it. He had like 8 minutes left on the clock. All right. Thank you.
We good?
All right, you can begin.
Hey,
Just let us know
Lane
your
Lawler,
name.
and I take after my mom, so yes, you want me to be quick, or we'll be here through lunch, so I won't do that.
Okay.
Thank you. So I just wanted to point out real quick, where the cul-de-sac is, the cul-de-sac will be maintained. We're not getting rid of it. It's still Cobb County Road. And where our new driveway is an existing driveway for the current house. So all we're going to do is make that a private road where it tees into the complex. The stream and buffer, what you're referring to there is this unit just touches the buffer line, and this small retaining wall just barely goes over the buffer line. Both of those have already been addressed by our engineers, and we're prepared and answering comments from our first submittal for LDP to make sure that those are taken care of if they present a problem.
Thank you for explaining that. Does that conclude your remarks, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I'm hungry too.
It's that time. All right, we will now hear from opposition. You'll have a total of 10 minutes. Just be mindful of each other again. I'd hate for anybody not to have a chance to speak that came here to do so.
Can we leave that up?
Yes, we can leave that up for you.
Hi, my name is Floyd Ellis, and I'm not speaking yet.
Come on, sir.
True that.
Come on. All right, sir, please. This clock is running, sir. Come on. All right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Our concern on this quiet, peaceful, well-maintained property of Lowell Drive are a concern about 22 cluster town houses, about a 22 cluster townhouse development that is proposed to be jammed onto the end of our narrow 1/4 mile long dead-end street of 33 single-family, 3-4 bedroom houses with relatively spacious yards. This is a narrow street. We don't want it widened into our front yards. There is no parking on our street for the sake of children inadvertently jumping out between parked cars and being hit. 2 children were hit back in the 90s, thankfully not fatally, and that is why we instituted no parking on the street sign, no parking street signs for vision's sake. 33 houses. There are 80 vehicles that live on this street intermittently, but at any rate, 80 vehicles live on that street. To put 22 cluster townhouses at the very end of our narrow single-access dead-end street would at a minimum increase traffic with 44 more vehicles, totaling 124 vehicles. There have been at least 100 acres of green space lost to small land plot 3, 4, 5 bedroom housing developments on and off the side streets of Cunningham Road since I moved in 1984. That doesn't make the area literally temperature-wise as cool. It was once, as it once was, pardon me. Roofs and concrete and asphalt emanate heat, and it used to be a very cool environment around there because of the green spaces. Traffic lights at both ends of Cunningham Road, one at Ostow Road and one at Powder Springs Road, both very busy roads, back up traffic at the intersections of Cunningham Road, not only because of the presently increased inhabitants, including 3 big multitude apartment sites developed since 1984 on Cunningham Road, up by Powder Springs Road. But in addition to the increased inhabitants, there is an incredible amount of traffic that cuts through from both thoroughfares Austell Road and Powder Springs Road. Then there is the compounding ridiculous impact of building a 22 cluster townhouse development at the end of our quiet residential, child populated street. Commissioners, please kindly represent us on this matter. Thank you very much. And, oh, don't let Marietta City annex the property in to build a high-rise apartment house. Thank you.
We'll take our next speaker. There's a balance of 6 minutes on the clock.
Here you go. I want to submit this. I just submitted, my name is John LaPessarella. I live at 640 Lowell Drive. I just submitted a petition signed by every homeowner on Lowell Drive that does not want this. We don't want our neighborhood messed with. We're surrounded by subdivision after subdivision. There's one right at the end of Lowell Drive, right across the street on Cunningham. It's in the process of being developed right now. Well, how much saturation do we need? If you go down Powder Springs Road, I mean, it used to take my wife 15 minutes to get to Terrell Mill Road, where she works, from our house. It now takes her an hour and 40 minutes because of the saturation that we have. And we're losing all our green space. My next door neighbor had deer in her yard. She had coyotes in her yard, growling at my show dogs. I show Siberian Huskies. And we just don't need this. I mean, we're losing all our green space. There is no green space anymore. Since we moved in on Lowell Drive, there's been 1, 2, 3. At the top of Cunningham, there's 2 subdivisions. Then there's the Adrian across the street on Austell Road. They got the one going on right now, right at the end of Lowell Drive on Cunningham. I think it's called Crestwood. It's in the process of being built. There was 2 subdivisions that were put in on Cunningham about 5 years ago. If you go down Powder Springs Road, there's Traymore Square, and strip malls. I mean, how many Mexican restaurants and nail shops does one area need? They're taking all the green space away from Powder Springs Road. Right round down by Macklin Point, there's a subdivision. I know because I'm a plumber, okay? All the green pipes sticking up out of the ground, that's a sewer tap. I counted over 100. We don't need any more. We love our street the way it is. I get people call all the time, they want to buy my house. They're not offering anything, $239,000. I'm like, yeah, right, okay? But I tell them straight up, I am not interested in selling. I'm gonna die in my house. I love my house. I have a half-acre lot. None of the subdivisions that went in the last 5 or 6 years around us have lots that size. I mean, if a developer come in and offered, because I told my wife, I says, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if some developer come in and bought every home on Lowell Drive and then put 3 streets in with homes this close together. And that's what they're doing at Crestwood on the one that's going in right now. Those houses are so close together, you couldn't have a decent argument with your wife without your neighbor hearing you. You know, and I mean, seriously, how much saturation do we need, you know? We really, that petition, my wife walked our street 3 consecutive days to get those signatures. Everybody on our street does not want this to happen. Please work for us, represent us. That's all I ask.
There are a balance of 3 minutes on the clock. I know there were multiple of you that stood up and were sworn in. Anybody else desire to speak? All right. Okay, you need to be sworn in, that's fine.
My name is Jorge. I've lived in 720 Lowell Drive for almost 20 years now. And like, there's a lot of kids on the neighborhood playing in my house that have like 5 who's just always with like the neighbors' kids outside playing around, and having over 100 cars just going through that single one entrance road would be a lot of cars. And I mean, that's just for the beginning, and there's still like a lot of, like once it does happen, if it does, the building and everything, is going to be a lot of cars, a lot of noise coming in and out that one street that has one exit. So, I mean, the streets have been quiet. Like ever since I've been there, it's always been like a lot of families. There's been a nice community there. So having like more people coming up in the neighborhood is going to be more hectic, and who knows like what could happen in the neighborhood. So yeah, that's why I just don't strongly disagree with having that 22 houses built in the back of the neighborhood is a good idea.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming and speaking. There's a balance of 90 seconds. 96 seconds to be exact. Anybody want them? 96 seconds? Going once, going twice?
So,
All right, yes. All right. All right, that's going to close that part of our hearing. John, can you let us know staff's opinion?
Yes, Madam Chair and Board, the staff would recommend the board hold this request and ask the applicant to bring in a proposal that's all single-family houses.
Wow. Okay. I will turn things over to the district commissioner.
Yes, I've had that conversation with staff and are in agreement to see what this would look like. It would probably reduce the stream buffer variance as well, to look at an option with single-family homes. It is zoned currently RM12, and this does fit, but seeing if we could get that and take a look would be, I think, appropriate.
Okay.
So with that, I would make a motion to hold for, John, do you think 30 days is enough, or should we do 60?
Let's go ahead and try 30. If that doesn't work, we can always hold it again.
Okay, so hold for 30 days to the June 16th meeting.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I do have a question. John, since this was zoned RM12, was it part of the development that was in front? Because I find it very curious that there was a cul-de-sac. So was that parcel originally part of the first development and it got split off? Or how did we get to where we are?
Yeah, the zoning map from 1972 shows that property and this property all zoned RM12. So it was adopted by the board in 1972 as RM12.
And let me guess, it wasn't approved site plan specific at that time.
That's correct.
But there was originally a site plan that had started to be constructed that included that
Not
parcel.
as far as I know, Commissioner Gambrill.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, sir. I'm sorry, not at this point.
And John, I'll just ask on the record too, because one of the questions that I had is that just understanding why this would be a need for a private road and not a continuation of the current road.
Well, I think it's really the developer wanted to put in the townhome development, which, does not require a public road. That's kind of how they get most of their densities, by having private roads.
Right.
But, when you look at this proposal, I mean, it's all surrounded by single-family houses.
Right.
It's kind of an oddball zoning that's just grandfathered.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm probably opening a real can of worms with this question. But back in 1972, how many homes were approved for this for both of these parcels? Because again, I'm finding it interesting that it was approved RM12, but they're half-acre lots.
Sir, I'm sorry. No, sorry. Not. Let me just interject. It's closed. We didn't take anything away. It was offered, and there was an offer and no acceptance. My attorney speak, and that part is closed. When we have a public hearing is not dialogue. beyond the commissioners making inquiry to the speaker at the time. This is our format. It's not to be disrespectful to you. In fact, things are leaning in your favor. So let's see where this conversation continues.
Yeah, and we don't have any records that go back that far that actually showed Commissioner Gambrill. But, I just looked at the tax map real quick. And on Lowell Drive, some of the houses were built in the 70s, some were built in the 80s, and I saw one that was built in the 90s.
You did that very quick.
Expect the best.
That's why he's designed that.
I'm not gonna say who said it, but someone said you were probably here for that zoning hearing, so. Call the question.
Quick twice, yes. So we have a motion and a second. Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Appreciate that. Commissioners, we have 2 more other business items before us. What would you like to do? They are, I think they're District 3.
They're not gonna be sure. They're both mine.
I don't think we zone well. I don't zone well when I'm hungry. I just don't. I don't hear well, yes. So it's, this gentleman here from our zoning office can help answer any additional questions that you have. I'm sorry for those of you who've been with us all day. Trust me, you don't want us hearing your matters when we're hungry. You just don't. So we're going to take a break. Our breaks are always 1 hour long. So I'm sorry, we're going to put you into the afternoon, but we will come back at 1:50. We're adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, and welcome back to our zoning hearing this May 19th, 2026. We are still on the other business item portion of our meeting, and I'm going to turn things over to our zoning manager, John Peterson, to queue up our next case.
Okay, next case on the agenda is other business item number 26 of 2026, which is to consider a lot size reduction for livestock required 2 acres to 0.53 acres and other variances for Kyle and Jade Shankman. The property is located on the eastern side of Ebenezer Court at Shadowwood Drive in then lot 376 of the 16th district. Is the applicant present? Okay, let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 26? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Sorry about that. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you in advance for your consideration. My name is Kyle Shankman. My wife Jade and I are here to request a variance that will allow us to keep our 2 pet goats, Gizmo and Romeo. Gizmo and Romeo are both 7 years old and have lived on our property as pets for almost their entire lives. This process made us aware of the fact that Cobb County requires goats to be kept on 2 acres or more. You will see in the survey we have since conducted that our property is less than that. Regarding the ordinance, we hope that you will consider how difficult it was for us to find specific information about which animals are or can be considered pets in Cobb County. When we first decided to rescue Gizmo and Romeo, the code defined livestock as animals raised for food, transportation, resale, or breeding. It then listed examples of livestock that did not include goats. It also defined pets, followed by another non-comprehensive list of examples. The current code seems to be a bit more vague, stating only that livestock must be maintained on 2 or more acres, but this time without defining livestock and again without specifically mentioning goats. There is a prohibited animals list, but it focuses more on wild animals. I would also like to note that when we moved in, our next door neighbors had 2 pet outdoor goats. Another family in our cul-de-sac had sheep and chickens. Both properties our size or smaller. There was also a rooster somewhere within earshot, made himself known every morning. If you're familiar with the area, it's also adjacent to Blackwell Road, which has several farms, horses, etc. Another neighbor at the time told us that our neighborhood itself had a variance allowing for all of this as part of an unincorporated Marietta. Our code enforcement officer, Danny, said he was not able to find said variance, but at the time we fully believed that we were not breaking any rules when we rescued these goats. The spirit of the 2-acre minimum seems to be preventing noise, odor, or commercial activity that would impact neighbors. In addition to several public comments on the site in support, we also have some neighbors here on our behalf to vouch for the fact that Gizmo and Romeo are not only not a nuisance, but are loved by our community. We have also provided pictures to highlight the backyard space and privacy level. The structure they use for shelter, which you might be able to see under that tree there, is completely visually obscured from the closest neighbor's view by a dense collection of trees and privet. Someone would have to walk the entire length of our lengthy driveway to interact with them. So in our opinion, the real question is whether our situation reflects the kind of agricultural or commercial livestock use the ordinance is designed to regulate. Gizmo and Romeo are small dwarf goats. They're neither bred nor sold. and they do not produce a measurable impact in terms of noise or odor. Goats used as meat livestock are typically slaughtered at 3 to 6 months of age, despite having a natural life expectancy of 10 to 12 years. And again, they've lived with us as companion animals for over 7 years now. As inherently quiet animals, goats spend their days sleeping and grazing. As an added benefit, their grazing habits naturally maintain the aesthetics and potential weed overgrowth of the property without the need for loud gas-powered landscaping equipment. Lastly, on a more personal note, we do love these guys as pets. They were less than a year old when our daughter was born, and we have countless pictures and videos of all 3 of them growing up together. Gizmo had emergency life-saving surgery at 6 months old for bladder stones, which we learned are fatal in male goats. While he is thankfully healed, the surgery did leave him more fragile than the average goat. We worry that rehoming him will either put him in danger from other careless farm animals or make it difficult to find a farm or rescue willing to take him in the first place. Cities and counties across the country are beginning to recognize miniature and pygmy goat breeds as pets, as long as they aren't being used for commercial purposes. While Cobb County currently views them as livestock, we would ask that you consider the lack of measurable negative impact to miniature goats in a private, well-maintained backyard in a non-HOA community would create. They only know us and each other, and our request is just that they be allowed to spend the remaining few years they have left at home with their family. We would be happy to allow this variance, if provided, to expire as soon as the goats do. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, appreciate that. We will now hear from opposition. Okay, considering there's no opposition, I'll ask you, John, what staff's recommendation is.
Sure. Madam Chair and Board, the staff will recommend the board deny the request.
Okay, thank you. I'll now turn things over to the district commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, so Debbie, does our code for livestock on 2 acres spell out goats?
It does not, it's not specific to that, no. It just says, animals, non-domestic and wild animals and species of the avian family, which are or may be raised for the purpose of providing food or transportation or being resold or bred, excluding dog, cats, rabbits, fish, pet mice, hamsters, gerbils, parrots, and parakeets.
So how do we consider this livestock?
I'm going to refer to John.
Well,
I mean, we've had poultry. We know that's part of the 2 acre minimum.
well,
We've had ducks, we've had a pony last month, and here we are with 2 goats. So how do we determine
Well-
that they are in violation of the code?
Well, livestock by its general definition are farm animals. They're goats, lambs, cows, pigs, and things like that. And that's how we
Right.
determine their
We've had pigs too. and they're
We've had
not-
pigs, and in my time, we even had monkeys here, but that was a long time ago.
I wasn't here then, thank God. Okay, so, I'd like to call the applicant back up to ask a few questions, or applicants.
I would also like to say that we
I'm
have.
sorry,
Sir,
sir.
you-
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
this is not time for additional
Oh, I'm sorry.
presentation.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You can only answer the questions
Of
I
course.
ask. So you said you've had these since they were a year old?
They were less than a year old.
Less than a year
Yeah.
old? And they're 7 now?
7.5. Yes.
Okay, and the average
10 to-
age?
10 to 12 years.
10 to 12? Okay. And are they just pets for you and your family? Do you have, you probably have neighborhood kids that want to come pet them or whatever, but I mean, as far as, you know, a show or a entertainment or
No, no.
parties like that?
No, never.
They're not used in that purpose? They're
They're
just
not.
your pets?
Correct.
but you do have visitors from time to time, but not like a big group.
No, we'll have neighbors bring their leftover vegetables on their walks. But no, aside from that, no
Okay.
visitors to visit the goats.
Okay, and you don't sell anything, and are they fixed, or can they
Yeah,
reproduce?
they're both neutered, both male.
Oh, they're both male, okay. I thought one was female. Okay, so, the code is 2 acres or more. You're on half an acre. But there are also, I believe, setback requirements where they have to be so many feet from the adjacent neighbor. John?
100, oh, go ahead, John.
The buildings used for the goats have to be at least 100 feet off any property line. So they have like a little, I guess, call it like a little shelter area, and that would need a variance for setbacks.
So they're not 100 feet?
No,
Could they be? Or they'd have to move? the
probably
fence?
not. You know, this lot's not that big, so I don't think they can meet 100 feet.
My concern is setting a precedent here.
Sure.
With half an acre and you don't even meet the setback requirements to the adjacent or adjoining neighbors, if we grant you this, we have to do it for everybody, because it'll be, favored to you, and then others may want goats or ponies or horses even. And I know you're near some horse farms on Blackwell and Ebenezer. And this was a result of code enforcement, and I guess it was a complaint. Somebody complained of, I don't know if it was noise or odor or what, but it is the result, and your Lisa's not here today, so I can't ask her, but it didn't say on the complaint what the complaint was for, but you were issued a violation, but now that you're in for a permit, you're, that until that's decided, you don't have to get rid of them. So there is no opposition here today, and I have been flooded with emails in support of the neighbors, and I know you have. Could y'all stand, the ones that are here in support? And let me get a head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9. Okay, and I'm still getting emails. We took a break for lunch, and I'm still answering OB26 emails. So I really don't want to do this, because if it sets a precedent, but I'm going to make a motion to deny, but you can keep the goats until they die and not get any more. You won't be able to replace them.
We wouldn't intend to.
Once they live.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's going to be my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Call the question. Motion carries 4-0 with Commissioner Allen being absent.
Thank you.
All right. I've gotten a little soft-hearted from all the chicken complaints I got, I guess.
All right, next case is other business item number 27 of 2026, which is to consider amending the stipulations and site plan for Consider Cremation, Inc., doing business as Boston Mortuary regarding rezoning application Z45 of 2003. The property is located at the northeast intersection of Kent Road and Blackwell Road in land lot 421 of the 16th district. Is the applicant present? Oh, let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 27? Okay, 4 opposed. Okay, let the record show there's 4 opposed. Would the applicant and anyone wishing to speak for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Before we get started,
Sir, please help me in stating your name first.
my name is Clarence Boston. I'm the CEO of Consider Cremation and
Thank you.
Boston's Mortuary. Before we get started, I was speaking with a couple of the constituents that were outside, and they told me, that their reason for opposition was because they think we did this under the radar and without a permit. And so I just wanted to let the record, could you project, or is that possible? This is our permit. So this is the permit issued by Cobb County, and I don't know if the commissioners know that this was already an approved project. Also, with technical difficulties, but we have approved plans. This project was approved by Cobb County Zoning, Cobb County Building, as well as Cobb County Fire to open our business on Canyon Road. We obtained permits, passed inspection, and invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into this project. We relied on the county's approval for good faith. If we were told in the beginning that the property needed to be rezoned, then of course we would have looked at other buildings. All we're asking is that the county honors, our original approval for our funeral home and our crematory with no stipulations. Businesses should be able to trust permit and approvals from local governments. And this is simply not a business issue also. It has affected our employees. One who's actually here today, Patty, can you stand? Patty's been a Cobb County resident for since 2004. And she's been a licensed funeral director for as long as I've been living and serving this here community in Cobb County. She left the nation's largest funeral home corporation, which is Dignity Memorial, to come and work for myself and my wife because she believed in our brand. When the county revoked our permit, we had to furlough Patty. And I would just, you mind if she comes up and
She will need to be sworn in if she hasn't been. Oh, she has been? Okay,
Yeah,
yes, please.
if you come up,
Yes, we prefer that to, your communication to be from the microphone.
I just would like you to explain to your county commissioners your experience of leaving a job and then being furloughed.
Hi. Again, my name's Patty, and like I said, I've been a licensed funeral director and embalmer for over 36 years. I worked for Dignity Memorial in different states, but I got tired of the corporate. I knew when I was 11 years old I wanted to be a funeral director. Nobody in my family's ever done this. Moved myself to Dallas, Texas, went to school, got my license. I'm licensed in 3 states, but I live here in Georgia now. And I like what they're doing. They take care of families. They take care of people. They listen to them. That's what I got in the business of doing. I cried when he told me that they were shutting us down and that I couldn't come to work because I'm the first one there and I'm the last one to leave. But I took it as my own. I even have a plant growing there. So, I just want you to give these folks a chance. They're coming in, they took over a building that was bare on the corner of Blackwell and Canton Road. It's grown up. You would not believe what it looks like, what they've done. It's absolutely gorgeous. And we take care of families there because that's what we're called to do. And I just hope you guys will consider letting us get back to doing what we do best, and that's take care of families at the time of need. Thank you.
This has also affected my life, not only, business, but personal. This has the potential to actually bankrupt me. I signed a multi-year lease, and I also personally guaranteed that lease. We understand that things happen and mistakes are made, but we just would ask that, if we could rectify this problem, since it was already approved. We feel we have a vested right to be there, and we've spent so much money, installing equipment, buying new hearses. It was another empty building on Canton Road, and now we've added to it. I know that another thing was with our stack, we had a tarp around it. Reason being because when they stopped our project, we said, okay, do we need to stop putting money in here, till we figure out what, of course, the county's going to do. So that it will be rectified tomorrow, if this is approved. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll now hear from opposition, and you'll have a total of 10 minutes. Again, there are multiple of you who stood in opposition. Just be mindful of each other's opportunity to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Tipton, and I'm a board member of the Bells Ferry Civic Association. I come before you today regarding the zoning request, specifically the proposal to change the designation from bank only to allow the operation of a crematorium. I would like to express several concerns. First, I am troubled by the fact that work permits appear to have been issued for alterations for the site before the zoning request has been properly reviewed and approved. This raises important questions about process, transparency, and compliance. Second, to my knowledge, no community meeting has been held with the public. Many residents have stated they were completely unaware of this proposal. I cannot help but wonder whether this lack of awareness is connected to the zoning signs not being properly placed or maintained. Even after contacting the zoning office, the signs have continued to lie flat on the ground, making them difficult for the public to see. Additionally, I live 1.23 miles from the proposed facility as the crow flies, and I have concerns about mercury emissions and other environmental impacts associated with cremation operation. Finally, I would like to ask whether the required Georgia EPD documentation has been completed and is on file for this property. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hi there, good afternoon. My name's Annette Deverance. We appreciated the lunch break too. Of course, I may have black olives between my teeth, so don't look too closely.
We can't see it from here.
While I respect what he's saying, I respectfully request that this zoning be denied, or at least give proper notice to the community so that neighbors are given proper notice of this request, and that would include proper notice to the neighbors and have a neighborhood hearings or a planning commission meeting and the Board of Commissioners. Because I have lived in this neighborhood since in the 1970s. And I've talked to some of my neighbors since we became aware of this rezoning, because we were clueless that this was happening. And a lot of them objected to having a crematorium in this area, not to mention that it's Blackwell Elementary School is just down the road. The school zone sign is right in front of the former bank, which is now owned by them. So the fact that there's an elementary school nearby, and across the street from them, Catacorner, is the St. Andrew's Preschool. And I too have concerns about the air quality and mercury emissions. And looking generally at the code, and some of it may have been updated, it seems like there used to be a requirement for a crematory to have 2 acres of property, whereas this property is only 0.89. And it appears that also, I could not see where there is a funeral home that would be approved, a chapel that would be approved, but I did not see where a crematory would be approved per one of the codes that's been updated. So we could maybe live with a funeral home being there and the chapel, but I do have objections, and I think our neighbors would have objections, especially talking with the previous people that had appeared from Bellows-Ferry Civic Association, that they objected to that as well, being so close to a school and the preschool. But I do have concerns also about, I think there was a reason why it was zoned bank only, because it is adjacent to I don't know if it's called the Neighborhood Activity Center, but I don't know if they have enough parking places. That area is jammed. It's a dangerous intersection area. The thought of funeral processions coming out of that area, I have concerns about. I mean, it's a deadly intersection as well. So I do have concerns about the intersections, the parking, and the maybe adverse to potential business that would take the place of the location that used to be a neighborhood Walmart. If some of their parking places were taken when they shouldn't be by this business. So my thoughts, I appreciate it, but I would like my neighbors to hear too what's been zoned. I do respect what he's gone through as well, because I think we were all a little bit blindsided. And I think we could live with a funeral home, a chapel, aware of the traffic conditions. But the crematory, I think a lot of us would object to, especially for the air quality. And I live close enough that whatever the kids would get, I would get too. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay. Do they have time left? Okay, not seeing any. I'm going to ask you, John, what staff's recommendation is?
Yes, Madam Chair and Board. Madam Chair and Board, the staff will recommend the board approve this, subject to the site plan contained in the other business packet, subject to the site plan review comments contained in the other business packet, subject to the fire department comments contained in the other business packet. And number 4, applicant install a parapet wall to shield the pipe stacks on the front side of the building.
Thank you. I'll turn things over to the district commissioner. Thank you.
So when this was first noticeable, as far as the hearse being parked out front, I was getting calls and to ask was there a funeral home going there or what was going on there? And when I asked staff, a permit was issued, but not knowingly that the stipulation on the original zoning was bank use only. So a funeral home and crematory is allowed in LRO, correct?
Correct.
So from that, not knowing about the bank use only stipulation, that came after the applicant already enclosed the drive-through on the bank with a legitimate permit. And I think the smokestack for the crematory is a big eyesore. And it's right at the road, at Canton Road, right in the front of the bank. And that caused a lot of attention and calls as well. it doesn't look good. So, we did make a mistake without knowing it, and, the signs then went up to remove the stipulation under other business. So, other business does not go to planning commission, it just comes directly to us. So there was no planning commission hearing or community hearing or whatever, public hearing prior to today. And I have gotten a couple emails, but, everybody thought, well, it's allowed and it's been permitted. So I do have a few questions for the applicant, if you would come up, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe you're regulated by the state,
Correct,
And-
Board of Funeral Service.
right? And do you have a certification from them or license
Yes, we've been licensed since December.
at this location?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a copy for the record that we could submit? For the
Staff
record?
zoning, we gave them a copy when Peyton came by to put up the signs. But I could show you a copy, I could pull it up.
Is there a copy in the file, John?
Yes, but the files are at the zoning office. If he's got a copy, he can show us on his phone, I think we could work off that.
Okay.
It's okay?
Or can you email it so we can print it out for the record? Is that-
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. You're gonna do that now or no?
Did you want me to do it?
Can you show it on the
Oh,
screen?
you want him to show it now?
Well, yeah, because we don't regulate that, the state.
I know, but he's saying it's on file, and to be honest, I have a big
Okay.
issue with holding him liable for our administrative error and putting him in a position to have to carry the weight of not only overcoming something that we've granted him, but now having to pull up paperwork that he's already given to us on his phone during a hearing. I just feel very uncomfortable about that.
Okay, well, after the meeting, you can have someone at the zoning office.
Yes. This is about veracity of him having it. You've already got the affirmation from our zoning manager that he filed the paperwork.
Okay. So, let me ask you this. Is there any way the crematory and the smokestack could be moved to the back of the building and use that portion just for offices or visitations or whatever room you have?
That whole room is the crematorium. So that part is been a 2-hour fire-rated wall built on both sides of the crematory as well as above. And to move it, I think the biggest issue was the tarp being on, because you ride by a house with a tarp, you automatically notice it, and it really creates an eyesore. But before we had the tarp on there, nobody said anything. When we put the tarp up there to stop the rain from coming inside the building, then we started getting calls. I think it was a doctor, a chiropractor down the street, and the young lady who owns the fireplace, she's actually was gonna build a cap for it. But the cap has been built. I can show you a picture of how it looks now, if you like, but I don't think it would be noticed at this point.
Well, when I first noticed the smokestack, there was no tarp. And the day that we had the open house for the new fire station 12, and I came down Kenton Road, the parking lot was full. So you've already been operating.
Well, you issued us a business license.
Right. But I mean, when that stopped, when you had to stop and you put the tarp on, the smokestack.
What date was that?
May, it was the first.
The tarp's been
May-
up since
May
March
9th.
28th.
of April?
Yes, no, March, sorry.
Right, but the tarp wasn't on there when you first installed the smokestack.
No, not for
It was
maybe
just
2
there.
days.
Okay. So,
And also, I
Is-
think if we built a wall, that would be even worse, to be honest, aesthetically speaking.
a wall inside?
Like a wall in front of the stack. And also, these units are extremely efficient, so they don't show smoke. But there are waves, and so there's actually dimensional, like it can't be, that's why it had to go over the roof line, so it wouldn't set anything on fire. So these are manufactured, regulated protocols. So we had to put the stack at least 3 feet over the roof line. But in our case, we went 4, just for more safety. So I just don't know the aesthetics of how a 20-foot wall is going to look in front of our building. We're about to finish our landscape and paint the building, and I doubt very seriously like anybody would really notice it if they ride down Canton Road. I think the only reason they noticed it was because it was a tarp on there.
Well, I noticed it before that and had calls about it, but, so when were you told by staff that this stipulation was on the original zoning and you had to stop operating?
Like a month ago, I think it was April. It was, I think it was April I could look at the email. But it was a little bit, maybe 35 days ago.
Okay, so, let's see. Because you did have a funeral there on May 2nd? A Saturday?
May the 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, I can't say that I did or didn't.
Okay, because the parking lot was full when I rode by there after the open house on Canton Road. So I'm very concerned about the crematory at that location. Would you be able to just operate as a funeral home and do the cremation off-site?
Well, no, ma'am. That's going to be extremely hard for us. In the zoning code, funeral homes are allowed crematories are allowed in the zoning as accessory use to any funeral home, as long as they're in a zone. You know, we spent, man, I don't know what we would do, to be honest. I don't know what we would do with the equipment, where we would put it. But that's the whole reason we put it there, to be accessory use to the funeral home, but as well as our own other funeral homes and to do our own cremations. That's the whole reason we scoped out. We looked at another building and we decided we prefer to be on Canton Road. And when Peyton gave us a letter zoning and they gave us a business license and we presented plans, this wasn't like a very small oversight for our company. Like, this went through multiple agencies. It went through your building department, your zoning, your planning, as well as the fire department, which is a total different operation from when you get your plans approved with the county. Then they have to go to the fire, with the fire. So this was approved with several different county agencies. And we just think we should have a vested right to be there, considering the money we spent. You know, like, again, I said this potentially could bankrupt myself.
Do you have plans to put a parapet, or what John was referring to with the staff recommendation, where the Where the roof, I mean, where the smoke?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, we'll do whatever we need to do to make this work. So that, yes.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, I do. So in your testimony, you made it sound like you have multiple locations.
I do.
So why didn't you put the crematory at one of your other locations?
Because it wasn't permitted. No, and our other locations do have crematories. So the other one here in Georgia doesn't.
So is this your first location for a crematory or funeral home in Cobb County?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you would just confirm that the crematory is within the main building,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, which is required by code, so that seems to have been met there, and that it's in compliance with the manufacturer's instructions and any state or federal laws. Can you confirm that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thanks.
There was a question too about the acreage. Is that a requirement for a funeral home?
The 2-acre requirement for a crematory is for purely only a crematory only, like an industrial scale type of crematory. Funeral homes are allowed to have a crematory as long as you meet the lot size for the district they're in, and they do meet that. But the 2-acre lot size is for crematory only, which is, all what they do.
Standalone, okay. Did you have a question?
I do. My primary concerns are just health-related, and just from looking at cursory search online, it seems like the distance requirement is to help perhaps reduce some of the emissions impact to those in the surrounding area.
Well, the EPA does not require crematories in the state of Georgia to have a permit.
Okay.
So it's when we start Googling and researching, I know it's a lot of horror stories about crematory, but honestly, once we're up and running, they won't even know we're there.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. I know they may not know. That doesn't necessarily negate the fact that there's some considerations with respect to health, and I'm just curious to know if, since you do have some other sites, what measures you may have considered to address that, or is the distance adequate to help buffer that?
And I heard the young lady say something about mercury. There's more mercury in one salmon than it is in emissions we produce in 1 year.
Okay.
Crematories, that's why the EPA doesn't require
Okay.
us to have a permit.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have something else?
No, I mean, I know, I'm sure it's difficult for a community to see this use and not understand how this originated, particularly for the vigilance of the community. Typically, when it comes to zoning matters, the concerns are reasonable, given what has occurred here. And I just think the applicant's concerns are also reasonable, given the weight of reliance that he has had on the decision that was made by our staff, which makes the full consideration of a zoning hearing difficult under these circumstances. And still for other business, it's not generally a full zoning hearing, except for this one. There was, I guess, a condition on the prior zoning versus it being triggered for full rezoning, which is why it was probably missed. Because what's the underlying zoning for this site?
It's LRO.
Yeah. I just think it's a difficult situation. Again, I just feel it being very difficult, if I feel it unreasonable to impugn someone for something that we gave them the reason to believe was a right or acceptable thing for them to do. And for that, now the community's put in a vulnerable position, and I think there will be some increased vigilance from our staff to assess zoning to ensure that we are not only looking at the underlying zoning, but looking at the full case to see if there are conditions attached, because they can very much impact the outcome, not only for a business, but for a community that's also relying on us in our processes as well. So I feel bad for all involved. I think there's a path forward. I haven't seen the site, Commissioner. I can't speak to aesthetics. That's the community or the commissioner can. I just hope that whatever decision we're making, you've testified, and I have to take your word for it. Beyond me, I'm not a subject environmentalist or subject matter in this, but the greatest concern I will have when it comes to health, safety, and welfare certainly is health. And we're also relying that if the state is permitting these uses, that there has been some consideration at a higher level with respect to that impact. That's an assumption.
If you look at our companies, any of our...
I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm speaking,
Okay.
and it seems conversational, but really, when we bring the applicant back up, it's the only response we're accepting.
Okay.
May I ask him a question? Is it okay for him to respond to what I was? Were you responding to something that I said directly?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Yeah, just want to make sure we constrain the communication to what's being asked. Feel that you're in a difficult position. Yes, Commissioner.
Can you turn off one of the lights?
Yes.
Can you talk to us a little bit about the crematory itself? Is it considered a more modern crematory that will help mitigate or control the emissions?
Oh, yeah, it's a brand-new unit, and it comes with a opacity sensor, which
A what? I'm sorry.
It's called an opacity, which it regulates the smoke to know it needs to shut off the gas. I've owned crematoriums for over 20 years, and I don't have any complaints or complaints with EPA or anyone. It's because we have knowledgeable operators on how to run the crematory. It's not like, back in the day, these things just putting out black smoke. You don't see any smoke. They have really engineered these things just to make it safer for our constituents, as well as the kids. My kids are at the funeral home every day. I wouldn't want to put them in any type of danger. But I don't think if it was such a big issue, I think that the Environmental Protection Agency would regulate them, like they regulate other incinerators or, like medical waste, stuff like that has heavy metals. The biggest danger that we think about is from the mercury from dental work, and nowadays it's not as much, a lot of those people kind of died out, so, but, if you look at any of our companies, we own funeral homes here, North Carolina, DC, all of them 5 stars. And like Patty said today, we believe in, it's not about the money, it's about us serving the families.
Okay. Just as a follow-up, you mentioned that you won't see smoke. Is it that it's going through a filtering process? Because obviously it's still there. So when you say you don't see it, is it just kind of going through a filtering process, some type of mitigation process where
No,
it's
so
visible?
with our crematory, we don't push or ignite a body or push the body inside of the crematory until it's at 1600 degrees for 1 second. So crematories have 2 burners, one that actually performs the cremation inside the chamber, and then there's another one in the stack that you see coming out of the roof. So what the cremation burner does is it incinerates the body. And then what the afterburner does is it incinerates the smoke.
Okay.
So, of course, like when you ignite the body, there's smoke inside of the chamber, then it goes around, and then the afterburner hits it, and then it just annihilates all the smoke.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
This is kind of difficult because I'm not prepared to do anything today until we can see some kind of drawing or sketch to enclose the smokestack, some design or something that you could do to mitigate that visual right at the road, and maybe have a community meeting where we can actually see the operation. So I would like to make a motion to hold it for further discussion to the June meeting.
Could I
Is
speak?
there a second? Is there a second?
A second?
Is there any discussion? I'll share this, and I should have shared it in another meeting, and I can understand you wanting to do that, but this gentleman has had a permit since December and was operating. If you have a business, or if you're planning on having a business and you have a loan, time is money. So I would just ask if there are considerations that you may have that can be done that allows him to continue operating. We've already know he has shared he has reasonably relied on the county. So again, I just think whatever we do should not continue to impugn someone who has reasonably relied on the county. I think we can work with the applicant to get to a place where we can live with that allows you to still get the site designed in a way that's amenable without impeding his ability to pay his employees, to meet the interests of the customers who already have business with him, to pay this very expensive loan that his house is he has his personal property tied into. If any one of us were to put ourselves in that circumstance, we would ask for us to move with haste and support. I cannot support us continuing this under this circumstance.
And just as a follow-up, Commissioner, the thought is to hold it. What are we planning to achieve, or what are you hoping the resolve would be in 30 days?
Well, like I said, design or what he can do to mitigate the smoke, the visibility of the smokestack from the road and from the front of the building. Mm-hmm. And also to have the community be able to see what they've done and the operation itself, how they've converted it and whatever. Mm-hmm. I know it's allowed, but to me, it's not appropriate right there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and it was our mistake that the permit was issued without going through the other business process, but.
Would there be consideration for possibly approving and having you to approve the final, whatever resolve you're looking for, and in between that time, perhaps maybe you can have community input?
Well,
I mean, I just hate to punish you.
That's moving forward with when I'm not comfortable doing that right now.
Okay.
So my motion is to hold it for 30 days and have some discussions with me and the neighborhood, the neighbors, and then come back in June.
Sir, I'm sorry, this is not a conversation at this point. You can have a seat, sir. Commissioner Gamble.
Oh, too many mics, I'm sorry.
Oh, my mic.
So the way that I kind of interpreted your motion is the county understands that this use can go there even though the community did not have input into it and the county has already permitted it. Your motion to me is essentially an architectural approval. And I understand the 30 days because if we approve it to go forward, they don't necessarily have to come back for the architectural, and there's nothing we can do code enforcement-wise to then go back and stop the business. So my question to you is, do we slightly modify the motion that would allow them to stay in business until the June 16th, I think 16th, right, hearing date, at which time you will then approve the architectural for the building. That way, if they don't make the architectural corrections that you're asking for, because there's no architectural standards on this building right now, I'm assuming, correct, John?
Correct.
That way, we could then come back and say, okay, you need to stop doing business until you address the architectural design. How would that be?
That's not approving it.
Well, you're not approving it.
Are
You're
you supporting that? Do you support what you just said? Commissioner Gamble?
I would, because again, there's been many things that have gone into this one.
Okay, well, here's what I want to do. My motion is on the floor, and I have a second. So I would like to call the question on that. and
Okay, they
then-
need you to turn your mic.
I'd like to call the question on that, and then somebody make a substitute motion with what you just said, and go from there.
Well,
My motion
I
is
just want to be
staying.
clear. What I think I hear Commissioner Gamble saying is you're conditioning the approval based on certain action being done. And if it's not done, then that triggers evaluation, additional evaluation at some point. I can support that. I just don't know if we have basis for bringing them back in.
My preference would be to kind of do what Commissioner Gamble suggested, but just have the district commissioner approve the final plan, and that is enforceable by code enforcement if the board makes it a condition.
Okay. Why not just modify the motion?
What's the difference? What is the difference of what you're saying and approving it?
What John just said.
We're approving it.
Correct.
I think, Commissioner Burrow, where your concerns are is there's no time frame for the applicant to come in and have you put that approval on there for them to keep doing business. And I think that's why you wanted to originally do the 30 days, is because it kind of required the applicant to come up with the design and then allow the community to see. So another question is would we modify the motion to say that the applicant has to have these architectural or design changes to you and be approved by X date, or then it would have to cease? Because again, it comes back to, yes, they're operating, but where is the control point to ensure that they do the additional things that you are asking them to do? And I know you want to involve the community in this, which I understand. And kind of right now, the way the system is set up, the only way the community gets to be involved is if it comes back here in front of the board.
Or a condition can be added to include code enforcement to inspect the property, or however we want to word it. But to your point earlier, this is more of a architectural issue.
Do we ask the county attorney to weigh in?
As far as how to condition it, or, I mean, I don't know that I can weigh in as far as discussion goes.
As to how to condition it, so essentially that we make sure that the architectural improvements are made, but then also allow the business to continue as they have been rightfully permitted to do so.
I mean, I think that,
You can't take it away then if it's not appropriate.
if you were to hold it for 30 days, but allow them to operate in the interim. But, I mean, again, you've got to get them back before here if you're not going to issue the approval. But I do want to add, case law supports the fact that this permit was issued in error. It was missed originally that it was for bank use only. Case law supports the fact that it was an illegal permit from the very get-go because it's an illegal use right now. So there is support for a denial of it. I know it's very harsh, but it is within the law to do so. So, I mean, it's a difficult situation. I mean, right now, there's a motion on the floor. So we should call the question, and if necessary, a substitute motion should be made.
She can withdraw her motion without us voting on the motion if she desires.
She could withdraw it, yes.
Okay, or modify it without us having to vote on the original motion, which I guess we're checking to see. I know I've heard you say you want us to vote on it. Okay, all right. All right, so we have a motion, we had a second. Commissioner, were you going to say something else as far as part of this discussion? The motion is to hold it, yes. So I'm going to call the question on that motion since she's desiring to move it forward. Go ahead. So the motion does not carry, so we have to have another motion. Which would essentially, it would substantively hold it. So what would be the outcome of that? Just to wait until the 3rd or to give a motion?
According to our rules, a motion that ends in a tie, then you have to wait until the next, because of course Commissioner Allen is out, you need to wait until the next hearing to get his vote on that motion.
All
When
right.
we just get his vote.
Correct. It will simply be just his vote. So we will ask that he watch the hearing, all of the commentary as far as it goes on this matter. And then we would call it and he would vote on it at the next zoning hearing.
The challenge to this outcome for holding it is the purpose of holding it was to get discussion for an improved outcome. With us having a vote without even getting that, there is no accomplishment of anyone's purpose for the next hearing. All we have is a business that has relied on the county for an illegal disposition or permit that is not operating, and us not getting any further to resolve.
Okay, so
But then I guess it begs the question, and I guess this goes back to legal. So Commissioner Allen makes his vote. The vote that he would break the tie with would then, depending on how he votes, would either then put it back on the agenda to be heard that day? Is it possible then to have the hearing back again that day, not knowing how he will vote?
Of course, we don't know how he would vote, but if he voted to, let's see, he would have to vote no to hold it. I mean, the motion is to hold it, so if he votes no, then a substitute motion has to be made at that point in time.
But there would not be, no more testimony could be given.
Correct.
So that's not going to accomplish anything. But with the 2-2 tie now, today, a substitute motion could be made
Yes, you
and
can.
have 3 votes.
You can reconsider the vote.
I don't have to make the substitute motion, someone else can.
But it requires someone to, it
To
requires
make a
someone.
motion to reconsider.
Yes, and it wouldn't be me to reconsider it because I don't want my vote reconsidered. I voted the way that I intended to vote. It would have to be somebody who wants their vote reconsidered.
Voted yes to hold me and Kelly, and y'all voted no. Do you want to make your substitute motion that you talked about before to let him operate?
Well, actually, I would have to first make the motion to reconsider.
Correct? Y'all are testing me today as far as this goes.
It's gonna be a long night anyway, so
No.
go ahead.
Let's see.
You can make a motion to reconsider.
So our rules don't state that, it says that a tie vote shall cause all procedural motions to be defeated, or excuse me, a tie vote on a main motion shall keep the motion as pending before the board, and the motion shall be rescheduled for another time. Withdraw the motion entirely?
But wouldn't that would again take back, we would have to rescind the vote in order to withdraw the motion to then make a new motion.
You can't withdraw a motion that's already been voted
Well,
on.
I was gonna say, if we rescind,
You can reconsider, you can't withdraw.
yeah, rescind, let's see.
Or yeah.
Or Debbie, what about amend something that has been, or amend a motion that has been recently adopted? Would that be another way?
That's
Well, that's why I said reconsider, but nobody's reconsidering their, to amend something previously adopted is for separate meetings, like if we wanted to bring something back. I'm looking at rescission at the moment. And to rescind, it would also require notice.
Well, what about reconsider?
Well, that's right, but, so reconsider is the option before us now. A motion to reconsider may be applied to a vote that was either affirmative or negative and shall propose no specific change in a decision, but simply shall propose that the motion be reopened for discussion and another vote taken. So you could reopen it for discussion
Debbie,
and then another vote.
Is the reconsideration for the vote, is that a motion I can make, or is it a motion for somebody specifically who wants their vote reconsidered?
It doesn't say, it does not state who could make it. It just says that in the same zoning meeting, we're here, if any commissioner believes that a different result might better reflect the will of the board, any commissioner, regardless of how he or she originally voted on the matter, may move to reconsider the vote with respect to any zoning matter.
I move to reconsider the vote.
Second?
Is there any further discussion? Call the question?
Now, you've just voted on the motion to reconsider.
Yes, ma'am. The vote carries 4-0.
Which means that the motion of Commissioner Burrell is back before the board. So you can either vote on that again, or you could make a substitute motion at this point in time.
Does staff have a recommendation based on the conversations that have been held on the board? based on the conversation, I want to hear what staff
Sure.
might
You know,
recommend.
I read 4 conditions into the record. The last one was applicant install parapet wall to shield the pipe stacks. You know, that could be amended to applicant to install a parapet wall to be reviewed and approved by the district commissioner within 90 days to shield the pipe stacks.
Within how many days? You said 90. Why within 90 days? To
Well-
build a parapet?
Well, it's got to go through an architectural process and an engineering process.
I make a substitute motion to do as John just provided. I see you nodding. Okay, you got it? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there further discussion? This gives, I'm sorry, I do have discussion. Does this give Commissioner Burrow approval rights? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'll call the question. Motion carries 3-1 with Commissioner Burrow in opposition.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there's been a lot of discussion. Do you think we should have a breakdown or summary for the applicant? Just to make sure he's not confused about anything, or?
John, please help us out here on what we just did.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Boston, can you come back up?
That was thoughtful.
Okay, the board just approved the request, subject to the site plan in the packet, site plan review comments, fire department comments, and the last one is the one that we kind of talked about the most, which is applicant to install a parapet wall within 90 days to shield the pipe stacks in front of the building. Okay,
So, quick question.
It has to be approved. Has to come.
has to be approved by the district commissioner.
I have just one quick question. So with that approval, that means we'll get our business license back? Okay. All right, that's the only thing I had. Because
just
I
get your-
honestly don't know how in the world we would make it another 30
All right.
days, to be honest.
So just get your architect to drop a parapet wall to hide the stack and get that to me or zoning, and we'll get it to the commissioner. But it should match the exterior of the building somehow.
Okay, okay, no problem.
So he's allowed to operate.
And for clarity, he's still allowed to operate his business?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. It's been a long day, particularly for 2 of our commissioners who are actively running for office and waiting feverishly for tonight's outcome. So just thank you, everyone, for your time here today, and we look forward to seeing you next week for our regular Board of Commissioners meeting. Thank you.